constant uncertainty, the mountains remain. These peaks are our ancestral kin, a connection to our past and future, and a beacon for the present. We are here to join them in their fearless climb towards the skies, to prove to them and to ourselves what is possible when we fully embrace Mother Nature. The best of the best are here, all focused on pushing snowboarding forward to all the places it has ever been and everywhere it can possibly go. To reap the rewards of persistence and strive for the prestigious right to be called champion. This is a competition like no other, where we are all rewarded, but only two can win. This is natural selection.
Good morning, good day, good evening, snowboard fans around the world. Welcome to the naturally enhanced terrain party that is YETI Jackson Hole Natural Selection Stop 1 of our 2022 season. This course is designed to inspire creativity, progression, and self-expression, and we are here to play in the wonder and possibility of Mother Nature. 24 of the best athletes in the world are here to party. My name is Salema Masekela, and I am fired up if you can't tell. I am joined by the editor-in-chief of Snowboard Magazine, Mary Walsh. To my right, T-Bird, one of the greatest voices and lensmen in all of snowboarding. We're here. We've been waiting an entire year, and it is go time.
This is the greatest show on snow, and I'm so excited to be sitting next to you for day one of the Natural Selection Tour this year.
The feeling is totally mutual. I could not be more amped. I literally have been waiting for this day since we were here in these seats a year ago.
I saw Gigi Roof. He was filming in the backcountry in Austria. He went live on Instagram today. He's about to drop into a line, and what does he say? Good luck to all my brothers and sisters that are competing at Natural Selection. It got me fired up. Let us know how you're watching. You can follow us at Natural Selection Tour on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. The hashtag is Natural Selection. You see a nice little preview of our incredible course. And of course, the highlight from last year was the way we were able to showcase with the drone perspective. We're going to give you a little bit of deeper look into how that came about, presented by FAST, the drone perspective at Natural Selection.
The Natural Selection Tour is using the most cutting-edge and innovative technology to bring this event to a live audience.
And as you see, for the first time ever, we have racing drone perspective of every rider. This is giving me chicken skin.
Through these racing drones, the audience is getting a never-before-seen view of how snowboarding should look.
Our pilot, Gabriel Kocher, who's world champion drone racer, is going to be using that drone to follow riders through the course to make it super immersive experience for the live broadcast.
No one's ever used racing drones in a broadcast like this as like a main camera. It's been a haul to get that working.
9 years ago, Travis had this idea for a POV cam, and he shows up one day with this giant yellow telescopic painter's pole with a GoPro duct taped to the end of it. It was an idea for this video game angle.
We need to be behind the rider, looking down on the course, seeing what's coming up, go in the trenches with them through the trees. We want to be flying through the snow. We want to be in there with the action.
Travis Rice's relentless belief in possibility, showcasing what's possible and how we get to show you this event. We thank our friends at Fast, the only one-click checkout possibility. Go to naturalselectiontour.com to get some of your NST gear and use the Fast one-time checkout system. It will blow your mind and change the way that you shop online. When you see that piece and that vision from Travis's weird imagination, Mary, what do you think it does for the audience to be able to see snowboarding like this?
Well, I think it really puts us in the veritable driver's seat and allows us to see what these best in the world riders are actually looking. That perspective is something we've never been able to have before.
And it really showcases the ingenuity and innovative ideology behind this course.
We are at the hands of Mother Nature when it comes to course conditions. For more on what that looks like, let's take a look here with our GoPro preview of the course through the eyes of Sage Kostenberg.
Ooh, Kalela! Ooh, Kalela! A Terra-taka-tumba! A Terra-taka-tumba! Let's go!
What's up, everyone? We are here on the course inspection day at Natural Selection, Jackson Hole, stop 1, the 2022 tour. We're at the top of the course. We're eyeing up a couple of the hits, and we're gonna give you a little bit of a course preview. Pretty stoked on this one. It's a big old diving board, new feature this year. It's got a savage knuckle on it if you come up short. Really sick. This feature's dope. I hit this one last year, backflip in, and then all right in here is just all these mashable little, a lot of shimmying, a lot of speed. We're getting towards the bottom of the course. This is kind of the last big feature right here. And you make your way over, and that's when you get your butters in, your last little tricks before getting to the bottom. Everyone was a little concerned if it was gonna be crusty, but as you can see here, it's actually pretty soft. So it'll be fast this year. Super special course. This year they added some new features in. It's gonna be rowdy. It's gonna be all time. So definitely tune in on naturalselectiontour.com. We're all gonna be going for it.
Sage is ready to go. Thank you to GoPro and the enhanced GoPro that we'll see on the drone giving us our images. We do not have the conditions that we had last year. It was like dialing up the holodeck of the Starship Enterprise. So much snow, huck as you go. Precision will be the key. And for more on the weather conditions and what's going on the course and the perspective of the riders, we go to the Slush Magazine editor and voice of the culture, Stan Levier.
Salema, everybody in the booth, good to see you. Everybody at home, giving you the weather update. I hope you guys are warm on your couch. 9 degrees up here, pretty balmy in Jackson Hole. No wind though, as opposed to last year. It's about 2 degrees, but most importantly, a lot of sun. Visibility is not going to be a problem this year. Luckily, I got my Oakley Prism lenses up here to keep me safe from these UV rays, but I think the riders got their work cut out for them, but the viz is good.
Stan, what are the riders saying as far as how they're going to approach these sportier conditions?
Well, I think a key thing is, like I said, that visibility is going to be important. A lot of talk of taking sweeping turns into some of the bigger jumps so you can get an eye on the knuckle, gauge your speed as you're coming in. One of the things about last year as well, because it was so deep, speed was definitely an issue. You know, we saw a lot of riders kind of bogging down in the middle. Not this year. Am I a little worried for Austin Sweeten? Yes, I am. But the speed is definitely going to be fast this year.
Thank you, Stan. How do the riders manage energy and speed?
I mean, I think you're just going to have to approach this course pretty scientifically in terms of snow science. You're just going to have to always be in control and dump speed where it needs to be dumped.
Of course, there was an event before the event. You could argue the most important event, which is seating night that took place in downtown Jackson Hole at the center. Everyone fired up to see how the men and women would pick their slots in this only head-to-head format that we have in snowboarding. Travis opening things up, and then a beautiful welcome from James Prosper, representing the Shoshone people and giving us some perspective on the millennia of time that the Native Americans spent in this valley and their relationship with nature.
And the way that I look at this event, if the YETI Natural Selection in Jackson Hole was a book, this is chapter 1. This is where the storylines really start to unfold as these riders, you know, have the pick of the litter of where they want to drop or who they want to ride against.
This is one of my favorite days of the entire competition because you really get some insight into the strategies that the riders are employing when selecting, or the lack thereof. You know, just Kevin Backstrom saying he picked number 6 because Mikkel said he wanted number 6. So it's a really good time.
And James Prosper, of course, blessing the riders with that energy. And then you see the way those selections are made and the brackets expand, and that will be our road into the finals. All of these being best of 3 runs head-to-head. It just gets you fired up.
It really does. I'm so excited.
All right, we're going to catch our breath, set up for men's qualifiers, stay with us, make sure you get your drink, get your viewing situation ready. It's day 1 here, YETI Natural Selection Jackson Hole. Let's go.
Dude, it's deep. Thanks, man.
Welcome back. You see the riders at the start of the staging area. Nothing but bluebird skies here in Jackson Hole as we are fired up for day 1 of the YETI Natural Selection Tour. And we welcome in my friend of over 25 years, the greatest voice, authority in snowboarding, founder of Slush Magazine, former editor of Snowboarder Magazine, Pat Bridges. Welcome.
Well, Salema, T-Bird, I mean, I could say the same thing about both of you. You guys have been driving the snowboarding conversation for a couple decades, so I'm honored to be here.
I appreciate that, Pat, and we are getting ready to get into some pretty intense snowboarding today. I'm beyond excited to watch what goes down.
If you're looking at your brackets, some of you at home probably saying, hey, where's Sparky? Where's Mark McMorris? He won this thing last year. That's a good point. Here's a little word from Mark McMorris, and then we'll get into some more whys.
What's up, guys? I'm so bummed I'm not there this week, but I can't wait to watch you all destroy the natural selection course, and I really look forward to seeing you all in bald-face. Cheers.
Coming off of his X Games win in slopestyle and getting prepared to head to China to compete for Canada at the Olympics. So that's why he's not here. Also, Zoe Sadowski-Sanat.
Yep, they were last year's winners in Jackson Hole, so they get auto invites to Baldface at the end of February.
If you were smart enough to pick your brackets on the front end with DraftKings and their free pool, you're excited because you have a chance at winning somewhere in the area of around 5K in the DraftKings pool. We're happy to have them as a partner with Natural Selection. Let's get into the start list and pick the eyes out of it, if you will.
I don't even know how you're going to bet on this. I mean, look at the first two riders to drop. Dustin Craven versus Danny Davis. That is a battle of opposing approaches to how you ride a snowboard. Pat, who are you looking forward to in the men's heat?
Well, I mean, God, it's a hard choice right here. I mean, because we've all seen these riders excel in plenty of conditions and riding into free riding. I got to say it's anybody's game.
I'm with you, and we're going to see how that your ability to dance in the backcountry, filming for video and for parts, and then that competition end, and then also with our varying snow conditions, how much the slopestyle and the pipe riders may or may not have an advantage. And our format, as we come out of this unique head-to-head competition, 16 riders, 4 rounds head-to-head. In all of our rounds, they are best of 3. So you got to win 2 to move on. And of course, it is a win or go home situation. And then we get into our overall impression unique judging system.
Yeah, and how they do it is, it's Dave. It's difficulty, amplitude, variety, and execution. And one thing to note is that, you know, in talking to the judges, a non-consequential fall will not be judged the same as a slopestyle or a half-pipe event.
Well, totally. I mean, right now, I mean, it's so competitive in slopestyle that, yeah, it does come down to the nuance, and somebody puts a hand down, doesn't hold a grab. But here, because it has so many different variables and stuff, that it's kind of more, what is the overall flow and impression from top to bottom, and how progressive are the riders?
Yeah, and I love that a hand drag doesn't get you sent home at Natural Selection. We are up to the top, Dustin Craven and Danny Davis. As you said before, 2 opposing styles. I mean, Dustin Craven, I watched his union part just to get re-familiar with him again last night. That thing could have been filmed last year. Just balls to the wall, unafraid to full send. Let's hear from Dustin on his perspective in getting this first-time invite to be here at Natural Selection.
I like him because it's kind of like when you go to a contest and if it's just 16 guys, you're just like, I just got to beat 16 guys. Whereas the head-to-head, it's like, oh, if I want to move on to Baldface, it's like, I just got to give it to Danny Davis. I've known Danny since I was like 15 years old, so it's pretty cool just to like have someone that's like I respect so much. He's done so much in the sport of snowboarding, and yeah, I look up to him. So it's like if there's someone to get beat by, I'm happy it's him, and if I beat him, it's an awesome feeling for me. I saw him at the end, and we both kind of just conferred that going first and second is probably the best bet.
You gotta love the rookie being unafraid to be like, throw me in the first slot. Let's go. All of Revelstoke, British Columbia, stand up. Dustin Craven is in the box.
And the last thing he said before dropping to Liam Griffin up top was, it's just snowboarding. That's how he approaches it.
This is a great matchup with Danny. Dustin just alluded to it. Oh, he took a fall right there. Not the way he wanted to start it or anybody wanted to start the event here today, but it points to the conditions.
Yeah, and maybe that whole idea of slowing things down, maybe it got to Dustin a little bit. You know, he caught the knuckle on that backside 180. There's a huge cab 5 and a beautiful frontside turn from Dustin Craven.
Well, it also points to, do the riders who were here last year have a big advantage?
Backside 3 tree tap going up and over that massive evergreen tree as Dustin makes his way down into the bottom portion of this course.
When you talk about feeling for snow, which you have to do on your snowboard with different types of snow, we know it's a little bit more shallow. What's he feeling for as he's dancing through this as the first rider?
You're feeling for a crust. Anything that could make you ragdoll or take you off your feet. You're really just kind of feeling out the entire course, how forgiving the snow is, how deep it is, and if there's any crust laying underneath.
Well, I think all the other riders were paying attention to that right there, because you got to keep in mind, nobody has dropped in except for Dustin now, so nobody really has any beta on what the conditions are like.
And that was why so many riders were right off the bat picking in that 5, 6, 7, 8th pace scene. I just want to watch. Danny Davis, not one of them. One of the most decorated and recognizable faces in snowboarding, represents all aspects of the culture. His first time here. What's it mean to Danny to be at Natural Selection?
You know, I'd say the major difference between this and, you know, something like X Games or Dew Tour or something like that, it's a little fam, you know, like it's pretty tight, and these are a lot of people you see out in the mountains filming or on different trips. You never see them in the contest scene, so that's my biggest takeaway. I mean, other than the course we're riding and all of that, but yeah, it's a fam. It's much different. There's no coaches, and yeah, it's different.
When you take away Danny's Olympic appearances, his 2 times winning X Games gold, he just whittles down into what he just described. He's a snowboarder.
He's a snowboarder.
He just absolutely embodies snowboarding.
Absolutely. And, you know, for as you know, kind and smiley and happy as Danny is, make no mistake about it, he is a competitor.
I agree. He is a competitor, but he takes one of the 2 competitive approaches, which is either intensity or total casual, relaxed in the flow state.
Which will he apply?
And I feel like now we're going to find out if Dustin Craven left the door open for Danny Davis. Switch backside 1, same as Dustin, catching the knuckle there. So the speed may be not quite as fast as some of these riders had predicted from the course inspection yesterday.
Yeah, it's just another one of those variables.
Ooh. This is the first year that we have the riders fully mic'd up. So we're hearing those real-time reactions. We could speculate all we want, but you'll be able to hear in real time where the riders' heads are at.
Ooh. Well, totally. And that crust layer down below, it's not just about trying to advance to the next run. It's also, there is some consequence. You know, you can get injured, and riders are keeping that in the back of their mind as well with these conditions.
And you can see a little bit of chatter, maybe some tracks underneath with that fresh snow on top. And, you know, I think given the snow conditions, when Danny and Dustin chose to drop first and second, I think that was a smart play.
Remember, in that overall impression judging system, flow. And one thing we did see from Danny that is just trademarked to him is that ability to flow through despite the conditions.
That wasn't very good.
Method was worth it, though.
Absolutely, and there's the Quicksilver Surf the Mountain Award too, so that's a factor.
Huh?
It's dense.
So dense.
You hear that? So dense.
So dense. You can see Danny did have a little bit of trouble with those landings. Looking back on Dustin Craven's run, that cab 5 was immaculate. And check this out, backside 3 tree tap. That is a highly consequential trick. And this trick right here, that frontside 7, this was a la Gigi Ruff last year. First rider to drop, throwing out a frontside 720 on that massive jump down bottom. Unfortunately, not quite able to ride out clean.
But again, the great part about the judging system is did you just jump to fall, or were you trying to do something to enhance your run and you happened to fall?
And here we are. We have Danny right there, almost getting it, but leaning a little bit too far forward on that gap right there. You got to think the other thing is these 2 riders, neither one of them had been down the course before, unlike the veterans from last year. So that's going to change things up for next run.
Absolutely, yeah. This was both Danny and Dustin's first time riding the Jackson course. Dustin, of course, did compete Baldface Valhalla last year, but that's completely different terrain.
That shifty from Danny was a thing of beauty.
All right, dog.
All right.
And as
On
expected,
to the next.
Don't make me unpack my bags, then.
I got to say, there's not only are they incredible riders, they're 2 of the wittiest riders in the field here too.
all right, 1 up as we head up to the top. Chris Rasman and Jared Elston. I believe that during the selection, Jared said something to Chris, something to the effect of, "Let's go, old man." Like
it gets heated at that seeding event. This is where the rivalries are born. It is all in jest. I mean, they are such good buddies. Everybody out there, everyone's pulling for each other. But you know, again, make no mistake, everybody here wants to win.
Yeah, I'm not afraid. The rookie's saying, "Hey, I respect you, but I'm not afraid." But let's hear from Jared.
How's it going?
Big go, Jared. And it's going to be Chris Rasman who is dropping in first. I mean, just power.
Absolute power.
Power and flex. Showed himself last year. Incredible 4th place at Alaska. Happy to be back. Here's Chris.
Should I ratchet up, Kinger? Being able to compete at all 3 events last year, even already knowing what I know about how different those 3 venues would be, really solidified the fact that for a rider to be able to do well at all 3 events and win the final one really is one of the best all-round backcountry snowboarders in the world, because they are drastically different and all require a whole different set of skills and a whole different set of experience. Going head-to-head with Travis last year was kind of a trip. I picked him because he stole my water bottle and I didn't want to throw Blake under the bus. But yeah, he's my friend and we've known each other for years. He's helped me out a lot. So going head-to-head with him was kind of weird, but it was a lot of fun. I definitely saw a serious side of Travis that I personally haven't seen yet, though.
An astute speaker.
Well, there you go. You can hear the FPVs. It's in the rider's ear.
And I just get the feeling with Chris Rasman, I think he is very well equipped to do well in these snow conditions on this course. Another thing of note is Chris last year on the tour, him and Robin Van Gyn are the only riders who rode at all 3 stops. So Chris starting things off with a huge frontside 3. And you can tell, knowing Chris Rasman as I do, he's being a lot more calculated about his run and controlling his speed. That backside 3 was nasty.
Well, he's definitely exhibiting a much more of a flow, much more of a consistent run, no falls, as opposed to Dustin and Danny.
You know, at the selection event, Travis said it ain't going to be the sendiest person that wins this year. It's going to be the person who's able to find harmony with what the terrain and conditions are. And right when I said won't be the sendiest, Chris was like, watch this.
You know, knowing what we know about Dustin's score with a fall, you know, Dustin coming in at a 75.6, I still think this is going to be a very high scoring run for Chris Rasman.
Risk, right? He did, again, falling in the midst of real risk.
Yep. That's what gave Mikael Bang the win up in Alaska, and it could pay off here.
Well, I got to say, the back 3 that Chris just put down in the middle of his run is right up there with Dustin's nose bonk on the tree. That's the tricks of the day. But again, this is just the beginning.
Well, again, we mentioned Jared Elston said he wasn't afraid. Talk a little bit of trash. But let's get in his head as he finds his music.
Yeah, I got the text from Liam, and my heart just dropped. I was like, is this really happening? And sure enough, it was, and now I'm here. It's crazy. I mean, walking into the hotel, and Travis Rice is sitting right there, and he kind of shoots you a glance, and you're like, Jesus, here we go. But yeah, no, it was cool. Got up to the course today, and I was really scared. Like, when we first drove in, it looked mangled from town, but we got in the course today, and snow was surprisingly good.
I saw Jared this morning at coffee, and he said, you know what, I was raised in conditions like this in Oregon, so I'm not really intimidated. And he's also said, I got a really great night's sleep, so I like my chances.
I like that. I mean, Jared Elston is a explosive snowboarder. This kid is a unique talent, and he is the next generation of backcountry snowboarders ready to take the reins.
Well, he's also got a little fire. I mean, obviously from the selection event, you saw him call Chris Rasman an old head, so you got to take it personal when Rasman calls you out like that and chooses to go against you in the early round.
Little backside 3.
He's on fire right now.
And coming up short on another backside 360. Jared Elston making his way down the course.
I like the flow.
Yeah. He's picking a pretty similar line to Rasman, but you could tell he's definitely being conservative with that speed. Off the Great Wall, huge side three from Jared Elston, capping off a pretty stellar run.
He said, T-Bird, did you say conservative?
Well, we're trying to find him. He's taking a unique approach to get into the bottom, but he's got to be stoked on that run. There was the little bobble about a third of the way down, but definitely more than made up for it towards the bottom.
How about that? You're 23 years old.
Good job, dude.
It's your first invite. You told us in the interview how shook he was.
That's kind of crazy, eh?
And then it's like, all right, this is my moment. Let's go.
Out there, that is not powder. Yeah. Oh, Lord. That is exciting.
Good job on Great Wall, dude. That landing.
Well, and you hear how winded they are at the end of this run. As we're taking a look here at Chris Rasman, there's a frontside 360 on his first hit of his first run. And I feel like so far, out of all the riders we've seen, I really feel like Rasman rode this course the best. Backside 360 from Chris Rasman right there.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, I'm happy I'm not a judge because, frankly, I thought those two runs were pretty comparable.
And here is where things kind of unraveled pretty quickly for Rasman. You see, you can punch through that crust and catch your nose really easy in snow conditions like this. But all in all, a really solid run from Chris Rasman. And that right there, I mean, if you say the name Chris Rasman, the first thing I think is just a textbook backside 7. He has that trick so dialed.
And here we go. Is this still Chris or
no, this is Jared?
Yeah.
Frontside 360 there. And you can see a little chatter on that toe edge when Jared tries to dump a little bit of speed. And it seemed like kind of mid-course, he really slowed things down quite a bit. And this just goes to show how quick this snow moves. He was crawling off the Great Wall, and he landed halfway down the landing on that frontside 360.
Yeah, that's a really good point. He literally, like, speed checked and took his time into that. How about that adjustment in the landing? I mean, you could see how hard that snow is just in that reverb in slow motion.
So weird. We're on TV.
Really close right there with the scores.
All right.
You called it. Jared Elston.
Nice work, dude. Thanks, bro. Let's go get another.
Let's do it.
Translation, you're mine next round.
Well, I got to say, Jared did very well considering that was his first run. He had a lot of flow for somebody who hasn't been on the course.
Indeed. Well, here we go. Travis Rice and Kevin Backstrom. I mean, what do you call Travis? It hasn't been said. I mean, he's the GOAT. He's the brainchild of this thing. But he's not just here to, like, play like welcomer. He wants to win.
Being able to make it through qualification to get past Kevin Backstrom, which I did not set myself up for success with that choice. But being able to get to go up to Canada, compete at Baldface, and in part going up as well to compete on the new venue that we have up in Alaska this season. You know, this is the first level, but probably the hardest level to get to the final boss. And I want the final boss.
Just sent chills down my spine.
I told ya. And for even more context, this is the dude who drove to Utah and went and hit park jumps to train for this and then drove back, specifically because he wanted to get dialed in and get to that spot.
And just knowing what a powerhouse snowboarder Travis Rice is, and he's on his home turf right now, I don't know if there's a rider in the field more well-equipped to handle snow conditions like this. Starting things off with a huge cab 5, but going down.
Well,
that just points to the conditions right there, because by all accounts, it looked like he had set that down solid.
But as we saw in the previous 2 runs, these falls does not mean your run is over. So backside 360 from Trav, a little popper through the trees right there. And his line selection is really, really good on this run right here.
Yeah, you're not seeing You're not seeing any tracks in this zone right here, so that's home field advantage for Travis. But you just saw right there, the snow snake came up and got him.
Trav's going to finish out his run.
Well, how hard is the course? You just saw.
Well, exactly. And the point's too, like, do you want to be a bigger rider with bigger trunks, more power, more strength? Or do you want to be light on your feet like this next guy, Kevin Backstrom?
All right, come on, Kevin. Let's go wide open for you.
That's a live look at frustration. As if you're Kevin, you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, doors open?
What? Okay. We said at the top of the show, what did Kevin say? I got nothing to lose. I'm going up against Travis.
Absolutely.
More from Kevin in his being in this position in his inaugural visit to natural selection.
Yeah, I watched the Jackson event live last year on the live stream. I remember I was in a bar looking at it, and it just looked so amazing. All the boys killed it, and yeah, looked like a fun event. When I got the call from Liam, I was out in France shooting with the Beyond Medals boys. And yeah, when I got the call, I got pretty shocked and hyped to get the invite. Like, it's one of the biggest things you can get as a snowboarder, I feel like, being part of this contest. So just really honored to be part of this.
Yeah, there are no riders that are here as filler.
No, absolutely not. This is a stacked field of competitors.
I say Kevin's might have a little bit of an advantage. He's kind of made a niche for himself filming backcountry freestyle inbounds, and that's kind of, in essence, what this course is.
Switch backside 180 to start things off. Yeah, I think an advantage that Kevin has is Kevin is a very light-footed snowboarder. He's very fluid. He's got great line selection, and he's just light on his feet. Big frontside air into that hip.
Yeah, not doing the grab he wanted to do on that one, but he landed, which accounts for a lot today.
Backside 360, little wheelie out of it, but it did not interrupt his flow very much. So now slowing things down a little bit in the middle of the course. Kevin kind of getting eyes on where he wants to go next. Huge double shifty front three. Kevin Backstrom just put Travis Rice on notice.
Yeah, right there. I mean, that's the type of trickery that Kevin Backstrom is brought to the forefront.
Nice work. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, the legs, dude.
Yeah, she takes a little full focus.
Yeah.
Well
hit that
put,
gym
man.
around.
Well put.
Thank you, Doc.
Seriously. One up. Coming for your next run, though.
Woo. Watching in the bar in Gothenburg, Sweden last year, and then showing up and going, yeah, door open, I'm walking straight in.
And so check this out. Very unlike Travis, he rode out of that cab 5 and then went down in the ride out. Here's the backside 3. Travis puts that down.
And here we have Kevin Backstrom. Like he said, he had nothing to lose, and he's going for it here. This might have been the closest Kevin came. I mean, he did not have a perfect full pull, but I mean, this right here, the frontside 3 shifty, going to be on every replay from today.
And that's just Kevin Backstrom's style. It's a style that is uniquely his own. You can look up at the hill and see him riding down and know from a couple hundred feet away that that's Kevin Backstrom coming down the hill.
Oh, that back 3 with a nice little hello to the tree. That was that run was nuts. And when your peers are the best in the world and they're doing that, it's a damn good sign.
All right, dog.
And we knew what the outcome was going to be. It was just a matter of the numbers. All right, Travis Rice.
Oh, beautiful day in Jackson.
Looking forward to that next round. But Belgium and Norway, this is one of those matchups right off the bat where you're like, wait, how do you even pick Sebbe de Buck, Torstein Horgmo? You know that Sebe is absolutely fired up. Let's hear what his perspective in going up against Torstein.
I got the call from Liam when I just landed in Zurich on my way to Locks for the Locks Open. My mind has kind of been all over the place the last couple of days, but I feel pretty excited to be able to ride along all these guys. Yeah, you know, we've been riding together with DC troops back in the day, so felt kind of comfortable, and that time slot kind of in the order looked pretty interesting. So yeah, excited to go against Torstein.
Well, I got to say, I drove here with Sebe in tour gear. And Sebe was definitely very quiet on the drive up from Park City. And he was also with Travis hitting the jumps. He's very nervous, but I mean, we'll see once he drops in if he's gotten over those jitters.
As you see, it just says Buck on the back of probably the most coveted piece here at the Natural Selection Tour, is one of those rider vests.
Yeah.
I'm sure if the riders wanted to and just be like, let me just eBay test this thing, these they would fetch. We're very, very grateful to Dakine for these vests.
All right, first rider, front one onto the pillow, and then going off switch, a bit out of control. Sebe de Buck, I think that second feature just really snuck up on him pretty quick there.
He got Sebe de hucked by that thing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because he arguably, I would say, he was having the best top half of the course.
What I find so interesting about this matchup between Sebe and Torstein is the fact that Sebe is a direct result of Torstein's influence in backcountry freestyle snowboarding. Everything Torstein has done in his career has created riders like Sebe de Buck. Big old front side 3, but sitting it down toward the bottom of the landing. So Sebe getting his feet under him. You know, another thing to mention too is every rider you've seen, this is their first time riding the course. There is no practice at Natural Selection.
We talking about practice? We're talking about the game. Yeah, and that's a great point. Sebe, 26 years old, right? Torstein, somehow another 35. You still think of him as permanently 23. I mean, there'd be no triple cork if it wasn't for this guy, who I think is perhaps one of the most well-rounded individuals in snowboarding. His influences come from so many places. He competed in 2013, and we're happy to have Torstein back.
It feels a little surreal putting the bib back on after taking a long break. I did a lot of slopestyle contests and big air events, the X Games and Dew Tour and stuff like that, and kind of just went back into filming because that was my passion, and I wasn't really expecting to ever compete again, and then I get this amazing opportunity, so I can't really pass that up. I think it just makes me too nervous, like trying to think about qualifying for the next stops. I'm just gonna try to be here and take everything as it comes and just be in the moment. But for real, like that's all you can do at this point. At least for me, I just want to enjoy this as much as I can.
You talk about an evolution of a snowboarder. Someone who was so competitively driven now sits and spends so much time creating, filming, making music, you know, just really being in the totality of what it means to be a rider in this point of his life.
And you know, in the time I've spent with Torstein since he got here, he just seems relaxed. Like he's just living in the moment. I think that's really going to help him on this course.
Well, a lot of riders who have such deep contest backgrounds definitely have a mental edge, I would say.
That was a huge straight air to start things off. But as we, I think the tail of the tape is going to be that the snow conditions are going to dictate who's going to take the win here in Jackson Hole. Front side 360. Another popper. Torstein sits that down. But I think if he can clean it up here down toward the bottom of the course, I think he's got a pretty good chance of taking this round.
Well, certainly. But then again, I mean, think about how powerful Sebe was at the top. It wasn't until like halfway down that Sebe's...
Huge backside 7 to cap off the bottom half of the course from Torstein Horgmo. That was massive.
Yo!
Wow.
Howdy.
Hang on.
Yeah. Sick, Backstrom.
A little bit of RF difficulty there.
Gosh.
Getting our signal. Well, if you want to be reminded that you're watching the best in the world, adjust in real time. We saw that in both these runs.
Backside 360 from Sebe, and then this is where things kind of went wrong. He bashes the pillow, lands switch, and then just kind of loses his feet out from under him on the takeoff of that second feature in the double line. And here's a massive frontside 360. See where he landed in fresh snow and just sat it down. But a strong run from Sebe to Buck. Look at the tweak on that, just a poke on the front foot.
How much of that is adjusting in real time to how much depth is there on the landing in powder?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, the conditions can change from the top to the bottom. Different aspects get wind packed, wind loaded, or scraped. So right there, I think that feature in particular is going to change over the day as more riders put in tracks and stuff, which could actually help in some instances.
Absolutely, and the sun's going to hit it. I mean, a lot of the riders said if you take the rider's left line that they're going to ride in finals, that's a little bit more north facing, and the snow is in fact a bit softer.
Yeah, which is why we started on this side, because this side sits in the sun for longer.
Right there, that back seven, we're watching it from another angle right now. Got to be one of the highlights of the first couple runs here, and that right there is going to boost him back up in the scoring.
There aren't many riders that can miss their grab and still make a trick look good. Torstein went for the grab.
I thought that was purposeful.
It was unbelievable.
Love taps. And you called it. You said that if he could muscle something out of the second half.
You got the next one.
Yeah.
You got the next one.
Shake the nerves up.
Torstein saying you got the next one, but Torstein's not going to let up in that second run.
I always wonder what that lift ride is like on the way back up.
Once you're off camera.
Yeah.
Well, here we are after one run in this first round. Dustin Craven, Jared Elston, Kevin Backstrom, and Torstein Horgmo.
I mean, if you look at that start sheet in any other contest, it could be anybody in the lead at this point. It is anyone's game, given these snow conditions and the talent of this field.
Well, and totally. And when you got to consider that there were only a handful of riders who had actually ridden the course last year, and in essence, it's very similar, different conditions, but you also know where the features are in the pacing of it. So you look at like a Travis, Rasman, they had an advantage going into this. In the rest of the field, now they got the beta, now they're going to go back to the top, and they know what it's like. They're almost veterans after one run.
For the riders that are coming up, many of who chose to wait so that they could see what the conditions are doing, what do you think is going through their minds as they're adjusting and trying to plan lines?
I mean, I think it's nerves right now on day one. You know, they haven't dropped into this course. The riders who did just go, you know, for their first run got a little bit of beta. They're probably spreading that throughout the rider 10. I think there's just a lot of information being exchanged up top right now from the riders who haven't dropped.
Yeah, the big question coming in, what would the snow be doing? Which leads us to a greater question. How does snow accumulate and do what it does here in Jackson Hole? Well, let's take a look at the science of snow, brought to you by Backcountry.
Here in Jackson, it is very progressive backcountry freestyle snowboarding.
This mountain is really special. We've got some unique features here.
There's big rocks and cliffs, big hits you can do that are just created by Mother Nature.
Building in this kind of terrain requires a whole different skill set. Randy and the park crew here are some of the hardest working park crew in the business.
We've been working nonstop for the last month and all summer.
Summer build, there's a lot of pry bars and rocks, using chainsaws to cut dead wood, building up landings, building up takeoffs.
We're taking wooden structures and placing them in the correct spots, enhancing the natural shapes in it to make it work for a contest like this.
Right now the venue's closed, and it has been closed for many days so that this event really has a natural feel to it.
We've got a lot of new features that we've built on the course this year, filling out some of the empty spots. So everything here at Jackson is going to be super dialed. There's a really cool new feature called the booster shot.
The booster shot feature is a gigantic kicker on the north side of the course. Standing up on that jump the other day with Travis, when he threw a snowball, gave me chills. It's that kind of jump.
Best part about this venue is how many options there are. Seeing how people creatively interpret what's been given to them and drawing their own lines, kind of like artwork and science mixed together.
The science of snow is never ending, especially when you are here in Jackson Hole. And we are thankful to backcountry.com for that piece. Again, go to naturalselectiontour.com to get your gear, and make sure you use that fast checkout. No logins, no passwords, just press boom, and then it's coming to you. The love is coming to you.
Seamless.
You boys ready for round two?
It's going to get interesting now.
Run two. We'll let you, we're going to take a break. You guys take a break, take a breath, get organized, make your picks, and we'll see you for run two here at YETI Natural Selection. We're riding here in Jackson Hole.
I mean, her confidence has to be through the roof right now. She is going huge. Massive tail grab, and there's the goal she came into natural selection with, the Wildcat on that huge feature.
Let's call this what it is. This is the Natural Selection Championship victory run.
100%. Zoe Sadowski-Sanat is reintroducing herself to the snowboard world. She's not just a big air rider. She's not just a slopestyle rider. She is an all-around incredible snowboarder. Backside 360. That's the cherry on top. That's the best run we've seen today, and that was her victory lap.
I don't think there's any secrets here. You can hear the crowd.
But check out Zoe Sadowski-Sanat, that huge Wildcat, and then the backside 360. She's staking her claim in a whole new genre of snowboarding.
Went down on the backside 360 in that first run, got ragdolled, and then just goes back up and says, I know what I need to do it again. Didn't even, quote unquote, need to do it. Showing that strength, landing just right there on the back end, as she realizes that it's just a matter of it being official from the judges. We're looking at the inaugural women's champion. Torstein, man, is one of my favorite personalities, and a natural.
Yeah, he's good.
On camera. Here we go. We're getting into this second run. I'm wondering, again, how the riders, especially the people who are behind the eight ball, like Travis Rice, what do you think their takeaways are going to be? What adjustments?
I mean, I think up top, you know, there's a lot of information being exchanged. I think they're telling the other riders what the snow's like. They're thinking about what they're going to do differently, how they're going to approach their second run, especially if they're not in the lead like Travis Rice, in a similar position to last year.
Well, I also think it's a lot of riders are going to keep the same line, but they might change the tricks that they're going to try. Particularly the riders who put down the big tricks on some features to make a mix and match.
All right. Stan, what do you know that we don't know? You're there. You're at the pulse, sir.
Oh, gosh, there's nothing that I know that you don't, Salema. But at top of the course here, you know, I think that you guys kind of have it. In general, the people that have fell stay in that same line. Maybe a bigger trick. You know, maybe we'll see some 180s turn into 360s, maybe even some 540s if we can. I think the road gap, speed was figured out relatively quickly. And, of course, talk of the town is kind of Kevin Backstrom up here.
Hey, Stan, how much information on snow conditions is being conveyed by the athletes who have already ridden to the ones who haven't?
A lot. Everyone's being pretty friendly about it. Maybe not the best strategy, if I'm being honest. I even saw, you know, Rasman and Jared discussing earlier. I just heard from Danny that it is firm, kind of a crust layer that's sort of biting at your heel cups as you're going down. Definitely something that you feel and that's catching people up a little bit.
Hey, Stan, I mean, obviously Kevin had the most dynamic run of the first run, at least according to the riders and the judges, but nobody really had a full pull. How is the mood up there with everybody thinking they could do better, I suppose?
Yeah, I think the key is just isolating those areas where they feel the snow is a little bit variable, trying to avoid those. And I think in general, more speed on some of the stuff and less on the ones where we're seeing people go deep. So we're figuring out that last booter. We've seen people taking that one a little deep, but the information is free flowing up here. Everyone's pretty agreeable to sharing.
Kumbaya for now. Thank you, sir. Also, get me one of those slush beanies. I think I would look good in one of those. Well, you could get me one, Bridges. Back to the top, Craven, Davis.
And right now, Dustin in the driver's seat against Danny Davis.
All right, Danny Davis. Dustin Craven. Dustin showing us not afraid.
Yeah, last year at the Baldface Valhalla stop, there was a video part component to that event, which Dustin did take. Chris Rasman won best line. Dustin, he is a gem on camera when he's strapped into his snowboard.
Again, I watched that union part again last night, and I'm just like, how can someone be, he seems like he's such a visual dude.
Yeah.
You know, like one of those people who can look at something that looks insane, sit in his head, visualize, and then just go.
Well, the arc of Dustin is pretty incredible. I mean, if you go back to before 2009, whether it's the Arctic Challenge, Grand Prix, Danny and Dustin used to compete every weekend all year long when they were in bounds. And then early in their filming career, they shared the marquee of the movie SFD. And they've both taken it to greater heights from there.
Yeah, I'm really interested as Dustin starts his second run to see what line he takes. Will it be similar? And if so, will the tricks be different? Backside 180, caught perfect landing on that back one. And right there, it's the little things, the little cab threes, and the way that you approach the next feature. It's not just about the trick you do. So Dustin coming in switch and sticking with that cab 5 and knuckling the landing of that hip, just catching the top of it. But he's going to keep it going.
With some of these features, I mean, the riders are watching everybody go, not just to see what tricks they're throwing, but to see where the fresh part of the landing is.
Backside 360. Unfortunately, Dusty sat it down there.
He's got to be sitting there thinking, okay, well, I got a really good score on the first round. Danny's got his work cut out for him. This is not going as well as it had started or he had hoped.
Huge frontside 720 from Dustin Craven, capping off his second run. That was massive.
Not how you start, but how you finish.
That's a good point right there. And knowing if the first run is any indication, you know, 1 or 2 falls, depending upon how big your big moves were, might not impact you that much. Well, it's pretty cut and dry what Danny's got to do. I mean, the surefire way for Danny to win is to land it.
Yeah.
Get a full pull.
Yeah.
Dustin was just speaking the international language of my body hurts.
Seriously,
you can see that. Doors slightly open for Danny Davis. And again, for all of the flowy namaste that you see from him out in the world, just loving being out here, it is that the depth of that competitive gear and how much he loves to get after it with the intention of winning.
And right now, if Danny does win this round, it officially goes to the tiebreak round.
And we want as much snowboarding as we can get.
Yes, we do. Not saying I'm rooting for anyone.
Yeah, we're rooting for snowboarding here.
Exactly.
More snowboarding for everyone. So, Danny, in the interest of snowboarding, let's get the win here.
I'm interested to see if Danny's going to maybe take a more conservative approach to put a run down, to put a better score on the board, or if he's going to stick to what he did in run 1.
Well, you got to think, had this heat happened later in the first run, I don't know if Dustin would have gotten to 75.
Switch backside 180. Danny puts that down super clean.
Let's see if he's taking the exact same line as Dustin. So he knows if he can get past here, he's setting himself up well.
Beautiful front side 360 from Danny Davis.
Into a beautiful hammer frontside carve.
And there is Danny's signature trick. That's what comes to mind, the method, when you hear the name Danny Davis. That was gigantic. Huge straight air, caught perfect transition in the landing. And look at Danny's going a little rider's right. Maybe the snow's a little bit better on that aspect over there.
Well, that's the competitor in Danny. He knows he had a full pole, so let's get out. Get out. You hear it in the pipe. Stop.
As well as like, let me just show the judges I love to turn my snowboard, because they're going to be overall impressed.
Boxing match.
I kissed that hip. Like,
Of the hip?
yeah, like the top of it. Like
You okay?
Hang on.
You heard Danny say that was a full-on boxing match.
And that's a pretty good analogy, because this is the equivalent of a heavyweight title fight.
That was great seeing the alternative on the ground angle of that first hit as opposed to the drone. Shows you the size.
And you're getting a look right now of how those landings are getting pretty chewed up. Every time a rider falls in those landings, it becomes a little less hittable. Here's that front side 720 from Dustin Craven. And he caught some good snow, little wheelie bar out of it, but he stomped that front seven. That's a thing of beauty right there, Dustin Craven. Well done. Pay the man.
Well, and here we go with Danny, taking a very similar line, mixing it up after he stomps this gap hip.
And you see Danny took it a little rider's left to catch good snow in that landing and not land on the top of it like what happened to Dustin Craven.
Again, in the event that Danny gets the win here, we're going to go to a rubber match. Will that 720 from Craven be enough?
I got to say, I think we're going to go to a third run.
I think that was one of my favorite runs I've seen today from Danny D.
Well, certainly the cleanest.
Yeah.
Definitely did a nice back heavy. It's definitely questionable. Back one, switchback one was good off the bat too.
Yeah, Danny.
Good job, bud. Way to go.
No tiebreaker.
Atta boy.
So I'm just going to go out on an edge here and say that perhaps the intentional conservatism, the judges were like, no, that's not enough for us.
Yeah.
Well, that showed the disparity. What does a full pole count for, as opposed to what does doing the bigger tricks, stomping the bigger tricks on the bigger feature. Danny didn't go over 5.
That's it. They're rewarding risk.
Overall impression, we just put a big capital R on risk. We head into Chris Rasman. Finds himself in the same position as Danny D.
Well, you got to think some of the riders in the tent right now are changing their approach based upon how the judging just went.
100%, absolutely. I think there was a huge shift in ideology in that rider field as Chris Rasman drops in the passenger seat with Jared Elston currently behind the wheel.
And for perspective, just give context to who's in that judges booth for the folks at home.
We got Sandy McDonald, one of the most esteemed judges in the world. He's judged some of the biggest contests in snowboarding. We have the legendary Chad Otterstrom and another world-renowned judge, Connor Manning. They are tasked with the unenviable job of judging these runs. Chris Rasman, backside 360, kind of sits it down into the front side 3, stomps that very clean.
Well, landings definitely are starting to show a lot of character now. They're definitely starting to get ridden in. There is some fresh landing out there. You just got to find it.
So Rasman coming into the Great Wall switch. Cab 5 puts it down super clean. Chris Rasman just fired a shot across the bow of Jared Elston.
And look at the way he powers through that muddy snow.
He is a powerful snowboarder.
Well, that's going to improve upon his first run, I would assume.
We heard Rasman say it's getting bumpy.
It's getting bumpy.
All right, if you're Jed Elston and you had that first run where you're like, all right, I had nothing to lose.
Yeah, he's bringing it.
But he knew that Rasman was going to step up. I mean, that cap 5.
Yeah, buddy.
That was a thing of beauty. This kid right here, though, he's called Big Air Jer for a reason, and a very good one.
There we have Rob Kingwell, Jackson local.
Kinger!
U.S. Open champion in the start right there.
Kinger!
Yeah, he's up in the Temple of Stoke.
Kinger in the shadows.
Yeehaw.
What a legend.
Hell right.
I mean, just, I couldn't imagine the emotion of coming out of that starter tent and then just into that beautiful expanse of Jackson and the sun shining on you, and you're at natural selection.
And you have to imagine, you know, these riders that are now taking their second runs have a little bit more confidence because at least they know what the snow conditions are and they know what to expect, what's around each turn on this course. Big old straight air up and over an entire tree into a method.
Unique line right there, kind of pioneering some parts of the left side of the rider's right course.
And look at that front side turn. This kid's a product of Mount Bachelor, Oregon. They know how to turn snowboards up in Bend, Oregon. So a wildcat, nose over tail backflip. And Elston is definitely taking a different line than his first run.
Yeah, it's how you approach this kicker right here that's going to line you up for the fresh parts of the landing.
Big old frontside 3, landing in the tracks, powering through. This is going to get really interesting.
Wild. Oh, that is a hell right. Apologies for the foul language. Oh, good work. Way to keep it together. How bumpy is it getting? It's crazy. I almost fell on the end run of the Great Wall.
My condolences to the next riders.
Yo.
Fam, love you, Dad.
Elston is a comedy show. As we're taking a look at the recap here, beautiful front 3 by Chris Rasman, and then a powder cloud from the heavens. There is good snow to be had out there. It's just knowing where to find it. Backside 360, and Chris unfortunately sits it down. But check out that front 3. He went back-to-back mid-course. I mean, that right there is risk. And here is where Rasman said he almost fell, coming in switch.
Yeah, you saw that little bobble that into that lead-in, but did not lose focus.
Now let's compare them. Front 3 tail. Jared just has such a unique way of rotating when he spins frontside. It's really fun to watch. And then a huge straight air, just barely catching transition in that landing into a method. So again, back-to-back hits mid-course from Jared Elston. Similar risk. But here is where he caps it all off. Frontside 360, stomped.
He was carrying a slight advantage into that one. So 3.7 points was the differentiation.
I also like that knock-kneed kind of surfy style.
Yep. Me too.
Judges.
Oh! Come on, man. Well deserved.
Thank you, Chris.
Good job.
So 1, 2, 2 eliminations already. Danny Davis gone.
Dad?
Chris Rasman
Dad?
gone.
The younglings have come to play.
Wow.
Well, I think it's worth saying right now, it's not just the event here at Jackson Hole that's at stake. It's whether or not you're going to compete on the Natural Selection Tour till 2024.
Right. Oh, here he is, the GOAT. He told you explicitly that he wants to be in the conversation come Alaska. And you got to make top 7 to do that at this event.
And he was in this exact position last year against Chris Rasman.
Yes.
Travis went on, answered back in run 2, took the tiebreaker, and moved on to the quarterfinals, eliminating Chris Rasman. Let's see if he can do it against Kevin Backstrom.
Are we going to get our first tiebreaker performance? Travis is going to have to leave it all out.
So T. Rice coming in switch. Cab 5 finds some good snow, powers through, needles through the trees right there, and into some open terrain. Let's see where Travis goes. Back 3, nose butter. And then coming off the side and clipping a tree. He's going to put that tree back.
Environment first.
Like a true gentleman.
Well, he deviated, took a unique line right there, not looking like it worked out the way he had hoped.
Big old backflip. It is by no means over for Travis Rice, though. He is going to keep it going. That's the beauty of how this thing is judged, is even a consequential fall, you can still take this round. Big old backside 540, getting that last 180 around at the last second. He's like a cat, just always lands on his feet.
Well, he has options. He knows this course better than anybody else. Other riders might not have thought to go far. Riders left to get at that last hit.
Ah, poor little guy. Not so bad.
Little logging for the course.
Yeah. Oh. All right, Backstrom. Door's open.
He salvaged, but he wanted more. Clear.
If you're Kevin Backstrom right now, is the weight of the world on your shoulders?
Yeah, have you gone from no pressure at all and nothing to lose to the inverse?
There really are not many riders who can say they've had the chance to close the door on Travis Rice at Natural Selection.
Well, Kevin had the highest score of the first run, which means Travis had the most ground to make up. And it'll be interesting to see if that's the case.
Well, this is that part where what does the pressure of being at this event on this stage, this international broadcast, if it starts to play with him at all, we'll see it in this run.
I like the point that Pat made in Kevin's first run. Out of all of these riders, Kevin Backstrom has probably spent the most time filming inbounds. Lock Switzerland, similar terrain to a Jackson Hole. It's steep, gets a lot of snowfall, and he looks really comfortable on this course. Starting things off with a switch backside 180 and a massive ollie.
And I love how much fun it looks like he's having between every hit.
Huge frontside air going down in the belly of that landing on the hip.
Yeah, but not losing as much flow as other riders on the falls.
Huge backside 360. That is a hallmark Kevin Backstrom trick right there. He makes those look so good with that shoulder dip at the beginning.
And that's key when you fall, to get a trick right away. Keep your flow.
Massive frontside 360. That angle was incredible from the drone.
Remember.
Yeah. Well played. She's a burner. Yeah. Well, man, a real pleasure.
Good. Thanks for having me, man. It's an honor.
No worries, man. Way to freaking keep it together. She ain't easy. She'll sap every little bit of what you have.
Yeah, for sure.
Respect.
This is nerve-wracking. Let's take a look at the recap here. Let's break this thing down. Cab 5 from Travis Rice stomps that in fresh snow. And just this is where things go a little sideways. I don't think Trav had the speed to send that thing straight over. His kind of direction was a little bit off.
I love how he just switched right into contest director mode, though, and said, let me just move this obstacle, replant this tree.
And then a huge backflip from Trav.
Well, with the exception of going off the side of that one feature, he's got to be stoked on a lot of elements here.
It was a clean run. He just got a little bit off course. There's that back 5 where he just muscles that last 180 around.
I'd imagine some riders are trying to get the GPS out, figure out where that last feature was in the course with the fresh landing.
This is going to be close, man.
I mean, that switchback one from Kevin was beautiful, and Kevin does go down right here.
He does.
So I think this is going to be a lot closer than a lot of people think. Backside 360. And then on his final hit, he goes front 3. Double shifty. Yeah, that's a thing of beauty right there. Kevin Backstrom held it together quite well.
I liked the fact that Travis was forced to put it on edge.
Right here.
Tiebreaker.
Oh, serious?
Let's go for it.
All right, one more round. I love it.
Well, that tells it all. Travis,
because I replanted the tree.
Travis saw what Kevin put down. Wasn't quite sure what he put down, but you know, right there, we're going to our first tiebreaker.
Well, Kevin didn't spin over 3.
Right.
Travis had 2 5s.
Right.
Big point.
And you heard Travis go, "Are you serious?"
Anybody's game.
Oh.
It's anybody's game.
More snowboarding. That's what we're here for. As we head up to Sebe. Sebe, let's get Buck. The Buck. His idol. Torstein in the lead. Sebe wants more snowboarding.
Big Buck on course. Backside 360 to start things off, sitting it down a little bit in the flats there as he's making his way down the course.
It's pretty incredible a rider from Belgium can find himself an event like this at Jackson Hole.
It's pretty unbelievable. So Sebe going down again. So first 2 features, 2 falls. Let's see how much ground Sebe can make up, because he's got Torstein Horgmo dropping right behind him. And that is terrifying.
Well, you know, Torstein is on the monitor up top, checking this out and really calculating as to what it's going to take.
Huge backflip from Sebe to Buck. And that ride out looks pretty Buck itself. It's getting pretty trapped toward the bottom of that course.
Again, we're just sticking on this side of the course.
Damn the pillow.
You can see the exhaustion from just what you were talking about. We're going to ride this side of the course out for day 1 and head over to the other for day 2. And he knows, though, you could see from Sebe, he knew that that's a little bit too much daylight for someone like Torstein.
I mean, we're talking about the guy that literally put the spark to the powder keg that is terrain park and backcountry progression.
Yeah. I'll never forget, it was X Games Big Air when he was first doing those triple corks, and it was just like that fast running. He just kept jumping on the sled and get me back up to the top. And then when he nailed that thing, that was one of those moments shot heard around the world, being like, oh, we're in a new zone now.
100%, absolutely.
But I love that riders like Torstein and Danny, no matter how competitive they are in Big Air Park type, this pull, this like gravitational pull back into the backcountry.
And here we go, Torstein taking a unique, again, rider's left part of the rider's right course, starting to get a lot more action as we go deeper into the first run.
And one thing to note, he just rode the top quarter of the course switch. He did not, jump over to switch right before he took off on that first feature.
6 or 7 turns that made you forget almost.
And those are the little things the judges are looking for.
And the people at home might not realize there's like 5 inches under the fresh snow. There is a crust layer. You can see it.
So Torstein opting out of that feature. I don't think he had quite enough speed, but he's staying on his feet. And it might be a bit conservative of a run for him, but he is looking to close the door on Sebe de Buck. Backside 720 powering through. Torstein Horgmo, I don't think that fall will count toward the jumping portion of that. He was out of the landing. and unfortunately went down. But all in all, pretty strong run from Torstein Horgmo.
That was a hell of a ride. Oh my gosh. What a show.
Wow. Well, both riders are going to post higher scores than their first run.
So this is where it went sideways for Sebe. Front one, and he's trying to bring it back to Goofy. Unfortunately, cannot do it. And you heard him down in the corral. He said, damn pillow. It got him. But he does cap off his second run with a massive backflip on the Great Wall feature. So far, I feel like that feature has produced the biggest tricks of the day.
Well, it seems to line up really well given the conditions and how the conditions are changing.
Especially since the course is split in half and they're only riding the rider's right. It kind of all funnels into the Great Wall. There is Torstein Horgmo starting things off with a big half cap into a backside 360. That's kind of a rapid fire set of features.
Pretty much like linking tricks as you would in slope and pipe.
I like that method from Torstein. You don't see Torstein do methods all that often. You know it's a special event when he's throwing that out there. And there it is, the backside 720. And just the leg strength on that dude to power through that tracked out landing.
He might have been listening to you where you called out the no grab on the first run.
And then right after that, we saw him get completely ragdolled just to give perspective of how burnt out that snow is.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll be back.
Yes, you will. No doubt.
Mentor taking out mentee. I'm not gonna lie, I got Torstein going far in my brackets.
I do too.
No offense to Buck, but there's just too much there.
Yeah, the minute I saw Torstein on the invite list, my ears perked up. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, we got some winners. Craven, Elston, and Horgmo, but we do have more snowboarding in this round as Travis Rice did what he needed to do and put Kevin Backstrom up against the wall.
Yeah, that's going to be a really, really interesting tie-break run. And right now, I mean, Kevin Backstrom went from being in the driver's seat to now he's sitting side by side with Travis Rice in a head-to-head winner-take-all one run.
Speaking of winners, if you go to naturalselectiontour.com, you have an opportunity to win as well. Today, we're giving away lots of things. The opener, just a Danny Davis signed Burton Skeleton Key snowboard. May I have that, sir? Thank you very much. There it is. It says go fast, and it is signed, if you take a look right here, by the one and only Danny Davis. Value, priceless. Go to naturalselectiontour.com. You literally have 60 seconds to enter into this raffle. Is Travis Rice going to be able to come back and get it done? We're going to have one more run here in round one. Take a breath and come on back. This is what we wanted. More snowboarding here in Jackson Hole at YETI Natural Selection.
Get it, bud.
was. Snow is good over there.
Welcome back to YETI Natural Selection here at Stop 1 in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. You're getting a beautiful flyby of our course. We are still in round 1, and one of the big talking points chattering around here at Natural Selection is the fact that Travis Rice has chosen to dive into the NFT community world, specifically to build community around natural selection.
I mean, it's the next big thing, and Travis is always one step ahead in what will be the next big thing. It really makes it super accessible too, and it's kind of like joining the NST club. Come on into our clubhouse, and you get exclusive access, and you get all sorts of really cool things through these NFTs.
Yeah, and what's unique about these Natural Selection Tour NFTs is they're much more eco-friendly. They're the most eco-friendly, blockchain digital art pieces you can acquire.
Yeah, the manner in which they are being mined in comparison to Bitcoin, it's like 1,000 times more efficient. That's obviously one of the down points that you hear people talking about. Well, what's it going to do for the environment? $15 for the initial purchase of the NFT that is in limited edition. We're not putting a number on it, but there's 96 hours of availability to get this initial NFT. And at the end of this event, one person is going to get the golden ticket based off of having bought this NFT that will get you an actual trip to Baldface, to our second stop on this tour.
You may or may not be joining Travis himself. We're about to find out.
Exactly. Travis wants to be there with you. So if you didn't already have incentive, and by the way, you don't need to have a blockchain wallet to make this purchase. You can get this purchase just simply using USD, simple American money, at naturalselectiontour.com.
$15 for a trip to Baldface. There's not a better deal.
Yeah, the value overall for that is somewhere probably in the $20,000 range when you add it all up.
And unlike the riders here, you don't have to ride down Scary Cherry.
Travis Rice wants to be there with you. We know about his ability to come back, his ability to dig deep, and if you think he's shaking, he then just suddenly shows you like, oh, that's the guy who that's all guy.
Well, and again, Travis is the most influential backcountry snowboarder who has ever lived. He's so heavily associated with the backcountry, but as we all know, this dude's an X Games competitor. He's a US Open champion. He has a lot of competitive experience under his bibs.
He actually beat Torstein Horgmo in the X Games Big Air.
All right, so Travis starting things off. Huge cab 5 with the poke. Front side 360. Scrubs a little bit of speed there. And Travis Rice is looking locked in. Backflip, nose grab, scrubs a little more speed. You can tell he's a little more controlled in these runouts. He kind of knows what he needs to do, knows where he needs to slow down. And Travis is putting together a burner of a run right now. Switch back 5.
Wow.
Sure looks like he landed that pretty clean.
Don't poke the bear.
Well, that's Travis's best run of the 3 we've seen today, for sure.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
There we go.
Did you hear that?
There we go.
And you know who else heard that? Kevin Backstrom. He saw it, heard it, and felt it. And could you imagine? You're just like, oh, wow, okay. That's right. That's who I'm up against.
Yeah.
What a moment, though. What an opportunity for Backstrom.
On the world stage, back against the wall. As he said, the night of the seeding event, nothing to lose. He's like, I win no matter what. If Travis Rice knocks me out, I got knocked out by Travis Rice. If I beat Travis Rice, that's a pretty big deal.
Bridges, as we see him look to the sky, what do you think is going through his head?
Well, right now, I mean, similar to Travis, he's got nothing to lose. There is less strategy involved in this. The strategy is ride better than Travis.
Mr. Backstrom.
And he saw what he did.
He's got every bit of what it takes.
And Travis is pleased with that run. That was one of the best runs we've seen today on this course, hands down. It was powerful, it was fast, it had all the tricks, very little falling, bobbling.
Like a superhero, he just was like, let me just apply my, press my coat button, just go full coat right now.
Well, it is almost unfair. He definitely knows the course like the back of his hand because he built it by hand. But Backstrom here, it's unique. Like, this is his third run in the course, and now he's got to be as comfortable as anybody is today. He's got the beta on the conditions. Only Travis has ridden it more.
So switch back one from KB. And there you go, Wildcat on that little popper. So he is definitely looking to step up his first 2 runs. There's a big old straight air maxing out the hip, almost going off the backside of that thing. He went so big.
That's where he had trouble in the second run.
There's the backside 360 from Kevin Backstrom. He's making his way down to the bottom portion of the course.
Well, the one thing that you mentioned that might have held Kevin back in the scoring of the second run, he didn't go over 360.
And there it was, frontside 720 tail grab. Kevin Backstrom just put it down.
Huge takeaway right there for Kevin.
Hey, that's what it takes.
Dude,
I had to push him to at least ride at a little bit of his potential.
Yeah.
That 7 was so nasty.
Thank you, bro. Dude,
So
your arm was
nasty.
amazing.
Oh.
Holy.
Dude, that freaking coke.
I mean, talk about the mental game for Kevin. Not crumbling when Travis puts down that run.
That was a beauty of a cab 5 with that rice poke midair into a frontside 360. And this is when I knew Travis was for real, because he was kind of holding himself back a little bit. He was like, I got to scrub a little bit of speed so I can hit the next feature. He knew exactly where he was going on this run and what he wanted to do. And there is that switch back 5. And he stomped that perfectly. This is going to get very interesting. Kevin Backstrom with the switch backside 180. And then check this out. This is the moment I knew that Kevin was for real, because before that was just a little ollie shifty.
And they both comboed the top section so perfectly as you see him come back into this hip, this little gap to the hip, and saying, nah, you're not going to get me this time.
No, and that's not just a stale fish. That's taking the stale fish to the end zone.
There's the back 3 there. His arms were waving a little bit. I could see the judges maybe docking him there on the execution, but not much here. Not much other than a frontside 720 tail grab. That's done about as well as you can do that trick. Wow.
I love that dip of the shoulder and just enjoying the ride. This is gonna
the kid is fluid. Kevin Backstrom is fluidity in motion. The rider tent explodes. Look at Sage, hands on his head.
Wow. Congrats, man. Thanks for having me.
I was just going to say, do you think the fact that Travis rode switch through part of the course would have been the only thing I could pick that differentiated those 2 runs?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Had to come down to be a factor.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that that top part of the course was just a bit more spicy.
Well, and if you think about it too, you know, Kevin had a switchback 1, a backside 360, and then he capped it off with a massive front 7. Travis was all 5s, top to bottom.
Right. That was amazing. I'm exhausted.
Look at that. Dustin Craven, Jared Elston, Travis Rice, and Torstein Horgmo.
Travis and Torstein
are heading to the quarterfinals. We're not even in the women's round or the second round of the men, as you see the names on the right of your screen.
If you told me that it was over, that was the day, I'd be like, yeah, that's great. I don't see what else could possibly go down. But we're just starting.
And it really seems to me that, you know, the first couple runs were tough for some of the riders. They were feeling it out. They're getting more comfortable on this course. They're putting more tricks down, and they're approaching it with speed.
Stan, oh, sorry, go ahead, Pat.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I mean, we do feel for the riders who aren't going to make it to the next 2 stops in the Tour, which has been decided, unfortunately. As much as we loved watching Danny's second round was incredible. Obviously, we know what Rasman can do. He definitely could handle himself in Canada and in Alaska. But Sebe and Kevin, I got to say, I would have loved to have seen what Kevin could do on Scary Chariot.
Yeah, me too.
We knew that, once we heard the riders saying this is doable, then we'll know how to step up to this. We knew it would be great, but Stan, I mean, you're up there. You're in the mix of it. What was, especially that last round, like what was going on in the tent?
Well, as you saw on the camera, complete eruption when Kevin Backstrom put that 7 down. He knew that he was going to have to do it. Talked to him in the tent beforehand. He kind of looked at me and was like, what do you think Travis is going to do? And obviously, he did what Travis does and showed up. But, you know, love to see Kevin Backstrom go bigger than a 360 because, you know, it's not something he always does.
Stan, you look pretty good on a sled there, buddy.
Yeah, you know, I'm on a fast sled. This has been one of the most interactive broadcasts I've ever been a part of. We actually got a QR code right here. If you're at home, you can scan this thing and buy a $1 pair of these fast gloves. That's right, $1. This is the best take on fast fashion I've ever seen.
Yeah, and again, that fast checkout system. There's nothing else like it. And I'm holding these gloves. They are made of fine leather, imported, I'm not sure, but fine leather. Right now, if you get on this fast train, you can get these for just $1.
That's right, $1. While supplies last, get on there. There's some hoodies if they do run out. I got my hands in these things right now. We're warm. It's like 9 degrees out.
Go time?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, just point your phone literally at the QR code on your screen right now. Unless you're watching on your phone, then you'll have to do something else. But either way, go to naturalselectiontour.com, get fast, and you can get these gloves. Thank you, sir.
You guys are doing great down there. What a day. I'm loving it.
Wild. We are through with run 1 of the men. We, as a collective, are going to breathe, and we are going to bring in the one and only Mary Walsh and Matt Barr as we go into round 1 of the women. Folks, you have made the right choice today. You chose yourself. You chose the progression of snowboarding here at stop 1 of the YETI Natural Selection Tour. We're in Jackson Hole. Let's go.
The Natural Selection Industry Alliance is a collective of endemic brands within snowboarding who truly represent the lifeblood of the sport. Brands such as Vans, Volcom, Ride, Quicksilver, LibTech, Union Binding. These are all brands who already support the riders who are on Natural Selection Tour, and so we wanted to create this marketing platform to provide value to these brands and meaningfully engage them within our events.
It is imperative that we have, and the athletes have, the support of the industry. We really felt like the best way for us to do that was to create value, and it's part of our value system at Natural Selection to make sure that there is always a place for the industry and industry-based core brands to participate and hopefully benefit from what we're doing on a broader platform.
These are brands who have been around for a long time and have truly built the snowboarding industry. And it's critical for Natural Selection to stay true to appealing to our core audience. Because if we're not resonating with our core audience within snowboarding, then we're not doing our job.
Welcome back to the first stop of the 2022 Natural Selection Tour. We are here in beautiful Jackson Hole Mountain Resort in the Teton Range in Wyoming. It is the YETI Natural Selection. My name is Mary Walsh, and I could not be more ecstatic to be seated here with these two fine gentlemen. We have veritable encyclopedias of snowboarding, esteemed Jackson Hole local, Chief Marketing Officer of the Jackson Hole Ski and Snowboard Club, veteran announcer Jeff Moran, and we have our friend who is with us from across the pond, author, journalist, and longtime industry pundit, as well as the host of Looking Sideways podcast, Matt Barr.
Thank you, Mary. Very glad to be here. Still kind of recovering from that last round, really. Travis v. Torstein. It's going to be a hell of a matchup.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think we can all agree that we knew coming into this, the course, the snow wasn't exactly what we were hoping for. It wasn't the same as last year, but the riders are handling it more spectacularly than I think I would have ever thought.
So impressive watching them adapt as that round went on. As they dialed it, they dialed the speed, they dialed the conditions. Yeah, it's going to be great seeing how the women handle it as well.
Absolutely.
Yes, we cannot wait to watch what the women are going to put down in this quarterfinals run. But obviously, when you're looking at that start order list, there is someone missing. Miss Zoe Sadowski-Sanat could not be here with us today because she is obviously going to a competition in China very shortly. Let's hear from her.
Hi guys, super bummed I can't be in Jackson this week, but I'm so excited to watch. Matchups are looking heavy, and good luck to everyone, and I'll see you in Boldface. Phew!
Gosh, she is incredible. She really came out in last year's natural selection and wowed everyone with her ability to transfer her skills from slopestyle and big air to the course.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see how the women handle today. We've got a real mix of styles, haven't we? If you look at it, you've got like the girls with the freestyle background, people like Eleanor, for example, and Spencer. And then you've got the kind of free ride contingent, MFR, RVG. Then you've got someone like Marion, who's kind of out there on her own a little bit, got such experience of like mixed terrain, got the competitive experience from the Freeride World Tour. So seeing how these different approaches like play out today, I think it's going to be really fascinating.
Well, let's dive in and meet the whole roster of women. It's an incredible lineup. 2 nights ago, we had a seating event in downtown Jackson Hole at the Center for the Arts. Let's take a look at that. So this, again, I know I said it in the pre-show, but this is one of my favorite things that happens during this event. To see this lineup of women get to select, using this randomizer, where they're going to go in this start position is really wild.
Yeah, this component of the natural selection is one of the highlights of what sets this event apart from everything else that it goes on in the pro snowboard world. I really enjoyed the selection event because before it happened, I was talking to Marie-Francois, and she was saying that she was a little bit nervous, but that was really exciting because it meant that she was invested and excited about the event. And then when she came up, she just right off the bat chose the first spot.
Completely. And so going off of that, Marie-Francois dropping first because we see this head-to-head format. We have 8 riders. They are going 3 rounds in total. We have quarters and then semis and then finals for the women, and they will go head-to-head in a best of 2. If, just like the men, we'll go into a tiebreaker if it's a 1-1 at the end of that.
So now we get a little bit into judging. It's really overall impression. That's the main thing. The judges are going to be judging the entire run, as we talked about a lot last year, the appraisal of the entire run, looking for difficulty, the line and trick choice, amplitude, height and air time, variety, including rotations, spin directions, and grabs. Definitely want to get those grabs in. And then, of course, execution.
And of course, it's all about, like you said, Jeff, the full appraisal. That's what we want to see. And we're going to be looking to these 2 women to really kick things off. Heat 1 of women's quarterfinals, Marie-Francois, Elena Height. Let's hear more from Marie.
My thoughts are that I'm really honored to be here. I'm just really excited to see this event come to life. I think it's really good for snowboarding. I think that all the riders here are insane and anyone can take it depending on who's having the best day. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm nervous and I think it's going to be a really good show.
You know, Marie, too, she is a legend and a leader in the backcountry, but she's also one of the most accomplished all-around riders in the field. She's had street parts, contest finishes, and now she, you know, makes it happen in Whistler.
She seemed really confident as well, like in the lead-up. I spoke to her yesterday. She said she had a brilliant start to the season in Pemberton. She just seems really focused.
Having a little trouble on that first hit right there. I think one good thing for the women going in the middle of the whole round today is that they have a better sense of what the lines are. There's a little bit better visibility on the course, but it's not totally beaten up yet.
Went for the pillow that caused Sebi a bit of trouble there as well.
Alex,
there we go, picking himself up.
It's really important to remember, too, that as we saw in the men's first round, is that you can fall on the run and it's not necessarily going to knock you out of contention, depending on how big that fall is. But if you're able to continue on, the judges are going to appreciate that and award that.
And also the thing we should say is, like in the men's heat, clearly in the first run, they were taking sighters. You know, they were gauging the speed, they were working out what the snow conditions were like. And we're going to see that the same with the women as well today, clearly.
Looked like Marie-Francois was going for that iconic method. I love her method. That's what I showed up for this year. I want to see her crank one of those for us.
Well, Travis on Instagram said he was jealous. Said he wished he had as good a method as Marie.
I do too.
Don't we all? Yeah, they're going to just need a little, you know, first run, get to grips with the snow. It's clearly, I mean, word of the day has been sporty, I think, on the snow, hasn't it? Yeah, clearly pretty grippy. Going to have to get used to it.
Oh, it's savage. And we see just, you know, really... really having to navigate Mother Nature's whims today and adapt to that. And at the top, we have a woman who's no stranger to adaptation. She has dove into the backcountry in the past couple years after an incredible career in half pipe. Elena Height. Let's hear more from Elena.
Evolution of competitive snowboarding as we know it. You know, since I've been in the industry, it's really only been the option to race or ride slopestyle or ride half pipe. And if you wanted to be a backcountry snowboarder, the film direction was the only thing you could do. And so this is really bridging the gap and giving snowboarding this whole new avenue of like melding two sides of the world together.
Elena really is the full package of a snowboarder who's pretty much built for the natural selection. She is a two-time Olympian. She has 6 X Games medals. She has made the transition into the backcountry very flawlessly.
But that pipe edge control, you know, those foundational skills that she's got, I think it's going to be interesting to see how that serves her today.
Last year, Elena edging out Haley Langland and moving into the semifinals. I think Elena has a little bit of an advantage. She's been here, she's ridden it, she knows the general layout of the course, although talking to Ranyan Diarj, the head of our park crew here in Jackson Hole, he was saying there's a ton of new features. They've been working non-stop for the last month, but even in the summer builds to get a bunch of new stuff going on. So we'll see how that plays into Elena's run.
Yeah, it's been a theme with the riders, hasn't it? The guys that were and the women that were here last year, working out how they're going to adapt, like how that experience from last year is going to serve them.
I mean, the features, they're familiar, but so much work was done to enhance them based on the feedback from seeing everyone ride it last year. And then, of course, the conditions, Mother Nature has painted a completely different picture.
Totally different picture, yeah. You know, and we've said this before, everybody's riding the same course, right? Like, nobody has an advantage as far as conditions go. Everybody's up against the same challenges, has the same pros and cons, and so it is a contest. It's a contest for everyone to show us what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the men, you think that those with a real freestyle pedigree obviously really shone. So I think once the women get to grips with the course, it's going to be really fun. Like Spencer O'Brien coming up soon, it's going to be interesting to see how she does. Eleanor, once she's got that first experience, that first run under her belt.
Wow. Nice job. Are you okay? Oh yeah, I'm totally fine. Man, that was a bit savage. Yeah. Wow. We went through it. We did. Oh, we made it to the bottom. Yeah.
So there's the pillow. Yeah, I think one of the themes is just getting the speed right, isn't it? You know, there's definitely like a bit of a lack of speed on some of the features, but that'll be something that the women will all work out as we go through this heat, really.
Yeah, they both had a ton of difficulty on their first runs. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. You know, this being a unique contest format where it's head-to-head, even though they both had some falls, someone's going to be the winner of this heat, or this round.
Can't reinforce enough, too. You saw Marie and Elena really supporting each other at the bottom. I mean, a lot of these women ride in the backcountry together during the winter outside of this. And when you're in the backcountry, it's so much about that crew mentality.
Well, the camaraderie of the event while we've been in Jackson has just been amazing, hasn't it? You know, like, even as Stan was saying and Pat then, like all the sharing of information that's going on to help everybody through it, kind of sums up the spirit of the event, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, you want the more beta, the better with this course.
Yeah. Had some trouble in the landings, but Elena making those airs look really good.
What are you gonna do?
Well done.
Oh, we got 20.
Well done, yes.
Up to the top.
Back to the top.
Okay.
Faster, deeper, stronger.
Faster, deeper, stronger.
And just like they said, it's back to the top. And we are going to welcome our second pair of riders to drop. We have Spencer O'Brien. She is a veteran competitor. She's been to the Olympics twice. She has won 5 X Games medals. And this past year, she was the star of Precious Leader Woman, in which she connects with her heritage as a member of the Haida Kwakwaka'wakw First Nation. Let's hear from Spencer.
I guess just at the beginning of last year, I had 2 back-to-back ACL surgeries coupled with COVID and, yeah, just a pretty tough final rehab. And I kind of realized if I returned to competition, it would kind of maybe not ever give me the opportunity to ride backcountry. So it kind of became this choice of like, you know, what do I want to do more? Do I want to go to another Olympics, or do I want to pursue this other side of snowboarding that I've always dreamed of? And yeah, so it kind of came to a head, and I realized like I would really regret ending my career not having ventured into the backcountry and seeing how I would do out there.
You know, Spencer has had a very storied career in slopestyle competition, but seeing her in the backcountry this past season, it seems she truly belongs there.
Well, she just embraced it and attacked it, hasn't she? You know, she's thrown herself into it. It's been one of the great stories, really, in women's snowboarding in the last year or so. I think she had such a bad experience at the Olympics as well. It really fired her up to kind of try something new in her career, didn't it?
And I think it's a common story for a lot of our riders that they come from the competitive background and then transition into backcountry. But these are the people we're featuring. It doesn't work out for everybody. Like, it takes a specific type of rider to be able to transition those skills and bring them into the backcountry.
That was massive. I think, I mean, we were talking about this before. You forget how big these features are. Oh, yes, Spencer, first spin of the day. Huge as well.
Yeah, when we start seeing some of the still photos get dropped after day one, then you start to get a real sense of how large all these hits really are.
Full send from Spence there, wasn't it?
And you hear that little bit of chatter, some of the breathing, some of the snow conditions. This is the first time all of the riders are wearing body pack microphones. Ooh, going down there. Another great thing is that Puck has come on board this year for natural selection, and all of the riders are wearing back protectors. It's better to be safe in that situation, obviously, and with consequential course like this in the backcountry, you want to make sure that you're doing everything you can to protect yourself.
We got the helmet tap from Spencer, but it looks like that hit got her pretty good, but she did give us the helmet tap saying she's generally okay. We'll see how this works out for her.
Full commitment, though. The 2 threes, going huge. Yeah.
She could have played it a lot more conservatively, especially for her first run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it'll be interesting if she's feeling all right, like how she does in run
2. And we go back to the top for a veteran of the Jackson Hole natural selection, Hannah Beeman. She is a legend in the backcountry, a Mount Baker local, 3 times X Games medalist, and honestly a fashion icon.
Hannah, definitely no stranger to Jackson Hole. She has been a familiar face here for the last 2 decades, showing up pretty regularly.
Let's hear more from Hannah.
Last year, natural selection getting 3rd was pretty amazing. I was so excited to put down a run that I was stoked on. And yeah, I was really happy to be a part of the event, and so to get third was just awesome. You know, I haven't podiumed in anything in a while, so it was cool. It was very cool. And Alaska was just a cherry on the top. Like, I didn't expect to be going to Alaska, so to get to go up there and be up there with Zoe and Robin was awesome, and it was just a great experience. I don't think I feel less pressure, but I have a little more confidence and a little more understanding of the course, and that helps, but I feel like that pressure's still there. I think the pressure is felt by everybody, but I think having a little more time on course under my belt is going to be an advantage for me, but that being said, who knows what's going to happen out there.
You know, last year we talked a lot about bringing the backcountry experience into the contest and the riders that had that under their belts. And then, of course, this year, it adds another layer with having Hannah and the two other riders being returners to this event specifically.
I imagine there's a lot of knowledge being shared from our veteran riders who were here last year to everybody who's showing up for the first time.
Hannah seemed pretty calm last night when I spoke to her. I think the line she said was, I know what I can do, so let's see what the course lets me do. Nice calculated approach, isn't it, this?
Hannah is just such a strong rider, and I think, oh.
Looks like she got a little tail heavy on the landing of that Wildcat. She's still having fun, though. Hands in the air. It's party time.
Little straightener on one of the smaller features.
It is incredible to see as the drone follows the different riders through the course and they're choosing different lines, how many different features there are out there. There's so many little things hidden in the trees.
And here's where the audio really shines.
Yeah, the rider mic's brilliant on this run. That was really well rounded though, wasn't it? You know, nice three.
Started off.
Nice run, girl. Holy shit. Good job. Oh my God. Thrilling. Very thrilling. Thrilling.
That's different.
Yeah.
And taking a look back at these two runs, I mean, I think what was exciting is that both of these women were really pushing the limits of their first runs.
Absolutely, yeah, not holding back. Spencer going huge on that first one. Backside three right here. It's all coming down to how well people can handle those landings.
Yeah, but as we saw in the men though, like as each heat progressed, as each run progressed, people were getting it more and more dialed. We're adapting their lines to the conditions, and we're going to see the same with the women as well.
Because right, with this much sun, the speed is not staying consistent throughout the day, so every round there is going to be a bit of that adaptation.
It's going to be changing every day. Like the landings are getting more beat out. Like you say, the sun's on it all day. It's going to get stickier.
Here we go, kicking off with Hannah's run. See, there you get a really good sense of how big some of those hits really are.
Yeah, massive.
Little laid back on the tail on that Wildcat, but I bet Hannah's going to be rewarded for going upside down right there.
I'm like, I've dialed in.
Oh, he doesn't have to go again. He's good. Nice, Hannah.
Called it, Jeff.
Hannah, all right. Back to the top.
Oh, man. And so Spencer will look to that second run and see if she can force the tiebreaker. Next up, we have a change in the roster. Leanne Pelosi, unfortunately, not going to be competing today, but in her place, we have the New Zealand phenom, handplant queen, Steffi Luxton. Let's hear a little bit from Steffi about joining the competition.
It feels really good to know that I'm going to ride the course just with the hustle getting out here and seeing the course today. It's really exciting to be able to be a part of it. My approach in my heat is going to be be cool, calm, and collected. I don't know, I'm going to try like think about it as like a skate park almost, and try hit little features and not try, you know, go too crazy and crash, but just be smooth and hopefully stylish.
Steffi has an incredible pedigree in snowboarding. She was a member of the New Zealand national team for years. She went to the Olympics in 2014. And I'd say in the past 5 or so years, she has really dipped into the backcountry more. She lives in Mammoth Lakes. She's been starring in DC movies, and it's really exciting to watch her ride in these elements.
Well, obviously last year's Kiwi wildcard became the story. So let's see how Steffi does.
I like that we have our wild card this year lined up against our reigning tour champ.
Yeah, great matchup. I mean, she's looking solid, like that first landing then. Goes for the pillow.
Here we go, yes! Steffi handling it, no problem. Getting a little hung up coming into that next hit, a little bit too hot.
Yeah, the swiftness with which some of these features follow each other has been really catching some people out today, hasn't it? Shows how important the line selection is going to be throughout the contest.
I was listening to an interview with Steffi recently, and she was talking about how like she's not a big planner. She doesn't put a lot. She lets life come to her and handle it appropriately as it does. And I thought it was interesting her just talking about how she actually did have a plan to approach the course as a skate park. I like that analogy, and I think we're seeing that go down. Lots of little different features that she's using.
Maybe didn't have enough speed for that one. Looks like she thought about it. It's a great start to the run, wasn't it? A couple of solid landings up top.
Yeah, I think she definitely made a great first full run for achieving that kind of flow that she was going for.
Another sighter. Get used to it.
That pillow hit will play well for her. We haven't seen very many people at all hit that. She handled it really well.
Yeah.
And of course, up next, we have a rider who needs a little introduction for everyone that's been watching the tour over the past year. It is our 2021 Natural Selection Tour champion, Robin Van Gyn. She directed and starred in Fabric. She was in Full Moon, Depth Perception, and she is a leader, bar none, in the backcountry. Let's take a look at what Robin has to say.
Well, the 2 wins were pretty amazing, and I guess it felt validating to me in some ways, just having been a snowboarder in the backcountry, and to have like a thing that you can hold in your hand and be like, wow, I actually like won this. It was really cool, sort of to have that tangible achievement. I don't really feel a lot of pressure at all. It's a whole new roster of riders, so it feels the same. I don't want to come into it with any sort of expectations, because just like anything in the natural world, it's super unpredictable and anything can happen, and I think it's anybody's game.
Last year, Robin mentioned how just learning to compete and be in that environment was kind of a biggest thing for her, and she really excelled in that. Now she's coming in as a veteran.
As a total veteran, she is one of only 2 riders that have competed in all 3 of last year's natural selection stops.
Wild card versus the experience. Let's see if it pays off.
You know, this is exactly where Robin was last year, with Zoe being that wild card.
Yeah, it's true. Similar matchup, wasn't it?
Similar, yeah.
Yeah.
The wild card Kiwis, and she got bumped out last year in the first round.
Different line.
There we go, looking solid. Till coming into that little chute, but the air looked great.
Nice. That was solid.
That was a similar issue that a lot of riders are having, right? They're catching the landings really well, but it's their ability to shut it down in these variable conditions in between the different features is where it's really challenging.
The bobble factor.
The bobble factor. Let's just put it out there. Let's get it out of the way. It's the bobble factor.
we can say it, Jeff. It's
yeah.
fine. She thought about the wall then, didn't she? It'd be interesting to see if she takes it on next run.
It wasn't a total throwaway. I like that she used the little side hit there.
Yeah.
Bongo would be appreciative.
Good work. was sick. Eagle's nest. So dope.
Such a sketchy landing.
Let's take a look at their runs.
I mean, this is a really solid beginning. Absolutely stomped. Probably the most consistent landing we've had off the pillow, really. But there's that, yeah, I suppose you got caught out a little bit. Caught up on her.
Puts you right into that next feature, and if you're not ready for it, she probably just didn't know it was there, this being her first run through the course.
Yeah, exactly. Nice speed. Beautiful.
Robin with a great looking stale fish.
Yeah.
She caught that landing perfect.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the landing on it.
Yeah.
Looks crazy.
And it looks like
go back up.
Robin heads into the lead
Nice work.
as they go up for run number 2.
Yeah, so be interested to see what Steffi brings run 2 now.
Next up, we have a natural selection rookie, but she is not a rookie in any other sense of the word. She's a 3-time Olympian, the first ever TTR Women's World Champ. She's been a Rider of the Year, she's an X Games gold medalist, and she's a backcountry innovator and living legend, Cheryl Maas. Let's hear directly from her on her first NST stop.
I think the natural selection, this whole new tour, is like what snowboarding needed, what was missing, because I mean, snowboarding has progressing so much in the last years. It's been amazing to see, but we kind of lost the touch and feel of what snowboarding meant for everybody, and it became just like such a contest circus. And now it's like bringing it back to the natural surroundings of riding a mountain and then doing the best tricks and just having fun on the mountain. That's what like natural selection means to me, and I think that's like people can relate to that. Like when they watch it, they're like, oh, I want to go out there and ride powder. The quads are sick, but nobody's going to want to do that when they go out snowboarding.
I love that outlook of communicating the fun part of snowboarding and why we all love doing it through this venue.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what this whole event is built around, and we see it, right? We see the camaraderie. We see even when when the riders are having a tough run, we see how much fun they have when they get to the bottom. They're hugging and high-fiving and cheering each other on. Like at the core of this event, it's about having fun and showcasing what that means for all of us.
I'm going to be interested to see her approach here, because when I spoke to her last night, she said after course inspection she'd chosen like 4 features she felt she could, you know, put a run together. There's the first. So, you know, bit of a speed issue, but she'll dial that, definitely. And she's a student, though, Cheryl. She prepares. You know, that's been a hallmark of her career.
And that higher risk is going to be get a higher reward. You know, she started off her run with a backside 3. A lot of people have been choosing to just go straight air.
I mean, you'd expect nothing less, really. Full commitment. Yeah, you can see, I mean, there you go, look how chopped up it's getting.
I think it's the little things like that little backside slash. The judges understand that the course is challenging. It's challenging for everyone, but it's those little features, putting in the extra little cherry on top in between the features that are going to help stand people apart.
Yes,
that was massive.
It's all about the creativity as well, and of course there is the Quicksilver Surf the Mountain Award that will be awarded to one male or female for that kind of, you know, creative surfing aesthetic in the situation.
Which was a feature of last year, wasn't it, as well? As the event progressed, you could see people start to, you know, increase the flow of the lines, not just the features, like how they were treating the terrain in between the features.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether they're veterans or first timers, they get a better feel for the course.
Respect for everyone. Holy shit.
Wow, and you hear her say respect for everyone cannot understate the athletic ability it takes to go top to bottom just to make it down that run. So our final, last but definitely not least, person to drop in the women's quarterfinals is Marianne Erty. She is hailing from France. She dominated last year and made it to second place at Jackson, and she is a 4-time winner of the Freeride World Tour. All of this experience is definitely going to help her today in Jackson. Let's hear from her.
It was a big surprise, seriously, because it's totally different compared to the Freeride World Tour, and I have to learn so many new skills, and it's meant a lot for me, you know. I'm not on the Freeride World Tour again, and I really want to embrace the art of evolution and progression. So this is why I'm here.
So last year, of course, Marianne punched her ticket to finals, but because of global travel restrictions, she was not able to make it to Alaska. So this is a big deal to get to have her again at the tour.
Which was a real shame, because you just know in Alaska she would have killed it. I mean,
Totally.
that really played to her strengths, didn't it?
And as we were talking about this earlier, Marianne comes to the natural selection with a totally different background than most of the riders here. Much more big mountain focus, and potentially has a lot more experience dealing with these super variable conditions.
Well, that's a feature of the Freeride World Tour, isn't it? I mean, if you're going to compete on that tour, you're going to get used to a lot of different conditions. I think you can kind of see the experience here, actually.
I totally agree. I mean, she's going very fast, and you can really see her handling these kind of bumps and bobbles of the snow.
Yeah, there's a lot of confidence in this run. New feature for them. Nice.
Yes. There we go.
Yeah,
I don't know that she could have caught that much more perfect.
No,
right at the ribbon.
This is looking good.
Getting out over into that rider's right side. There we go, adding a little flare, backside butter.
Yeah, I'm kind of calling that as the most solid run so far. What do you think?
I agree with your statement about confidence. She handled that very confidently.
Little 3 at the top as well.
It's heavy, huh? Sorry, go back.
Wow. Really cool seeing both of these riders' takes on the course. Very different perspectives, but both really powerful.
Super different perspectives. I mean, you almost can't get more farther away from where these two riders have come from.
I'm going to be really interested to see, once Cheryl gets the speed dialed, run 2, how she goes with that one.
Wow, big and just holding through the landing, a little tail heavy, but that does not stop her. Just powering through it.
Spotted it all the way, didn't she?
The landing's going to help her out, but I think she knows going back up that she's going to have to put a little more effort into what she's doing in the air and combine that with that solid landing and that confidence in her riding.
There we go, a little flow.
Wow.
Stuff is heavy. What?
Marianne.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
And we see Marianne very excited. It just probably feels good to get that first run out of the way and get a feel for the course. And they will head back up, or they will each have a second opportunity to dial in their runs. Here are our quarterfinal standings. After one run, we have Elena Height in the lead of Heat 1, Hannah Beeman besting Spencer O'Brien going into run number 2, Robin Van Gyn with the lead over Steffi, and of course Marianne taking over with Cheryl. Everyone will go back up to the top for another option. So before we get into run number 2, during the men's qualifiers, had to get that straight. During men's qualifiers, Salema was giving away a raffle for a signed Danny Davis board. I believe it's the Burton Hometown Hero, and we have a winner to announce. So someone having a great day already watching Natural Selection right now is going to be extra stoked, and that someone is Nicholas Mert. Congratulations, you are the owner of a brand new snowboard signed by the snowboarder's favorite snowboarder himself, Danny Davis.
With the instruction, go fast.
Yes.
On the top sheet.
I keep pointing, you guys can't see it, but it's directly to my left.
Better listen to Danny.
Congratulations, Nicholas. That's awesome.
So make sure if you want a chance to win other raffles and just have the full interactive experience, go to naturalselectiontour.com to watch the live feed. Wow. So we're going to take a short break, and we will be back right here at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort for Run 2 from the women here at the YETI Natural Selection.
Switch method, we keep going back to it. That one was huge. The switchback 5 he did on day 1 was one of the most beautiful tricks we saw of anyone. And then, of course, trying to get a rock ride or at least tap it. Like, these are going a long way for him, and that's why we're still watching him.
And here he comes into that hit. Oh, and he holds on to it.
Yes.
That was incredible.
I mean, if anyone watching today was not familiar with Mikkelbang before now, definitely look up some of his video parts from the past. This Norwegian just has the most effusive style out there, and you'll see the buildup of that creativity that led up to this moment today.
And there you go. He did a backside 5, and he rode switch the whole way down until he found another hit to do a cab 5. If he had just switched it around in his run and gone back to forward, that really wouldn't have been against him, but he didn't. He stayed switch riding powder, and that's hard to do.
Such a great point. Switch powder is tough.
All right, let's take a look at Mikkel's run. Gets the rock tap.
I think that's going to be huge. That is, you know, that's going to be a trick of the day, I think, contender. And I think that's going to be really rewarded because that's kind of what natural selection is all about, finding those unique opportunities for really, really sick tricks. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, we are here at the YETI Natural Selection at Jackson Hole, and we are about to watch as the women drop in for round 2 of the quarterfinals. Before we get into that, though, we have one more raffle to drop. If you are on naturalselectiontour.com, there's a few places to watch the live feed, but if you want the full immersive experience, go to naturalselectiontour.com because you could enter a raffle and win some really cool stuff like this really rad YETI bag filled with backcountry and YETI swag. I mean, I'm looking at 4 Rambler tumblers right here, sweatshirt, natural selection hat. You can win this if you click enter the raffle right now in the next 60 seconds, and we'll be announcing the winner later in the program today. So, are we ready to go back to the top?
Yeah, gonna be women's run 2. Here we go.
So we're back at the top with the backcountry legend, star of the little things of fabric this past season, and the massively passionate environmental activist, Marie Francois.
Here comes the drum. Ooh, they're claiming 10 seconds to get warmed up and whatever you gotta do, and I'll give it.
I think we're going to see a lot more out of Marie Francois and Elena Height on this run. They both have a much better sense of what's going on the course, and yeah, they both had a tough time on the first runs.
It was really interesting seeing the respect all the other competitors had for Marie. Nobody wanted Marie. Bang, there you go.
Big mute, catching the landing perfectly.
Not quite enough speed for the pillow.
Tomahawking, but let's see, is she okay?
Yeah, she seems all right.
Seems all right.
Probably going to be shaken, but she seems good.
There's that map.
Yeah, you called it, Jeff. There it is. Yeah, she's just gathering herself, isn't she, after that slam, I think.
And a bit of fatigue, I think. You can hear the exertion when she went off of that.
Well, it's a really good point, because when you've got, I mean, any snowboarder in the world's going to empathise. When you've got snow this heavy, it's just draining, isn't it?
And navigating essentially it's getting a bit chundery, I'm sure, through those tracks.
Yeah.
That right there might have been my favorite of anyone's run yet today. Just blasting through the moose brush. I love that.
That was wild.
I don't know what happened there, but it was fun. Oh my God. Somehow I'm totally fine. I don't know what happened with that lip.
Classic Marie-France right there, just always a smile on her face, so positive. And we go to her competitor, Elena Height. Again, one of the most storied competitors in the halfpipe, who has really already made a name for herself through Ode to Muir, Jamie Anderson's Unconditional, and last year where she was a quarterfinalist here at Jackson.
I mean, her progression into one of the, the strongest backcountry freeride snowboarders in the world has been one of the kind of great stories over the last 5 years, hasn't it, in women's snowboarding?
I totally agree. When her first season diving into the backcountry around her home of Lake Tahoe, she looked like such a natural. She had such power, and as you mentioned that earlier, that edge control and finesse garnered from the halfpipe.
So see how she approaches this.
I don't think it matters what particular type of background you have coming into natural selection, especially today, but you are digging deep into your bag of tricks to make something work on this course.
She's kind of got the option to play quite safe here, I would suggest, really.
And that's part of the calculus as well, is, this is only the first round.
Yeah.
There's 2 more to go through.
This is a popular line coming in right here. I think she's headed towards Lando's hip.
Yeah. Probably didn't quite get the landing she was looking for there, really.
I think the challenge with that feature is that it's one of the most fun features on the course, and you kind of get drawn to it. But on the other side of that, it gets beat up the quickest.
Yeah.
There's only so many landings on that hip.
And with snow this grabby as well, if you don't actually really nail it, get your weight right, you're going to struggle. Full send.
You can tell how grueling it is. When we see the riders coming in to the bottom, they're all immediately getting off of their back leg. You know their back leg's just burning and they're breathing heavy. This is so much more than just a contest run. None of us would ever ride this whole face like in one full shot, trying to hit as many jumps as we can.
And I feel like I need to stop, maybe take a break, have a coffee in the middle, a snack, before I continue on.
It's a workout.
Lock in there. Oh, good job.
Oh man, can't believe how much.
I mean, I think we can't underscore that enough, how intense the riding is for all of these women and men.
Yeah, and Matt, like you were saying, like she kind of had the opportunity to maybe play a little bit safer, a little more conservative, and whether that was her approach or not, she still had trouble with the landings. This course is really, really challenging.
Yeah, it's that tranny that she just didn't quite nail.
And I think, too, worth pointing out that these are the best snowboarders in the world. Like, these individuals are incredible, and when they're having any trouble landing in these conditions, you know it's gnarly.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is kind of a behind the scenes to a film shoot, right? Like, when we see the videos and the clips come out, we're just seeing the best of the best and the ones that have been picked for us.
I think, and I just threw myself off. Nice.
We survived. Barely.
Oh my gosh, as if.
Oh, amazing. We are going to a tiebreaker. So both of these awesome individuals will head back to the top
One, I guess.
and go one more. So we've just got word that, unfortunately, gutted to hear that Spencer O'Brien is not going to take her second run because she has injured her ankle during her first run. don't have any words specifically, but we are bummed that she will not be dropping. And we will move on to Hannah Beeman.
It did look heavy, didn't it?
Yes.
It did look like she had hurt herself when that happened. So she's all right.
What did you see that name? The first rule of passive aggressive club is never mind.
So I think this also speaks to Hannah and who she is as a rider and individual, because she doesn't have to take this run. She won the first one, so she could sit back and wait, but she is going again, which I think is really, really cool.
Yeah, she kind of gets a victory lap in the middle of the contest.
Yes.
Well, it's going to be good intel, isn't it? I think the more that runners these riders can get under the belt, and the more they can, understand what the snow and the course is asking of them, the more dividends it's going to yield for them as the event progresses, really.
Exactly. I think that's 100%.
You can look at this as a reconnaissance mission.
Yeah, exactly. A recce.
A recce, yeah. I didn't want to go too techie on the terms, but yeah.
And probably kind of nice having a little run through the course where you can kind of shake off some of that pressure and just explore a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if it'd be interesting to see if she takes a dramatically different line, just to sort of find out a bit more about the course now.
Well, starting off, she's not really holding back. She's hitting jumps, putting in grabs. It's still a contest run for her.
Yeah.
I love when we see this, right? These little pockets of the course that haven't been hit yet.
Yeah,
Where's all this fresh snow coming from? This is amazing.
Exactly.
That's the eye of a veteran backcountry rider. Is they're like, okay, let me find these pockets. I can suss this out.
Yeah, don't get drawn into where everybody else has already gone.
She's exploring, isn't she? She's kind of, banking it for later, I think.
This is helping out all the other riders too, right? Everybody's getting to see. Everybody's getting to see these different parts of the course.
The rider mic, I think, is such a great addition this year, isn't it?
It's amazing hearing Hannah's, talking to herself down the run.
Proper having a word with herself.
Yes.
As she goes down.
I think it really shows us what it's actually like to be riding right now.
There's a little less pressure for her on that run too, so she could open it up a bit.
So long down here.
Yeah, let's hope Spencer's all right. It's definitely the heaviest landing of the day, I think.
So last year, Hannah made waves not only with her riding, but of course it was her pink 686 jacket that really caught our attention as well. Always a fashion icon. We have a backcountry gear talk with Hannah, and we'd love to get a little more info about what she's riding.
My name is Hannah Beeman, and my hometown is Big Bear Lake, California, and I live in Bellingham, Washington now. I chose the Ride Snowboard Psycho Candy for this competition. These bindings are the C10, and they are a composite binding from Ride Snowboards. They have a carbon high back, and they just feel really good underfoot and keep my feet nice and cozy while I'm cruising around. My kit this year is 686 new women's shell, Gore-Tex shell. I also have the 686 women's Hydro Stash bib on. Those are Gore-Tex, and also have Hydro Stash water system in it. They're great. They're light, super comfortable to move around, and they keep me dry and warm. We have some ski straps, a shovel, we got a probe, hand sanitizer, goggle cover from Avalon 7, headlamp, just in case you find yourself out there after dark, and the microphone. That's a go-to. Thanks for tuning in and checking out all this gear I'm using for the Natural Selection Tour this year. I hope you guys have a fun and safe winter, and go check out some of this stuff. Get some of your own.
Thank you, Hannah and Backcountry, for that intimate look at what is in your pack. Definitely stay tuned to @Hannah Beeman on her Instagram, or High Beams, excuse me, @HighBeams. You can see that mic in action. So right now, we're going to go check with our man at the top, Stan, for an update on how Spencer is doing.
Hey, Mary. Yes, Spencer kind of took a little digger really opened up on that course as we saw some of the bigger 360s we've seen in the women's field. Something with her ankle. She's kind of got a little hobble going on in the tent, but she's in good spirits. My only thought is, I sat with her, she seems okay, but you know she must be hurt. Spencer's one of the most competitive riders out here. So for her to sit down for that second run, you know that it's serious. As me, a personal fan of Spencer O'Brien's riding, really tough one to watch.
Yeah, that is a heartbreak. I'm glad to hear that she's still moving around and has a good outlook, but I think you said it totally right, Stan, that she is a really, really tough competitor, so we wish her a speedy recovery and hope that she is okay. So we are going into our third matchup. We are back with Steffi Luxton versus Robin Van Gyn, the rookie for NST versus the champion.
Yeah, Steffi had such a solid start to the run, didn't she? So we'll see how she gets on, if she can progress that in this one now.
3, 2, 1. Now's the time, you got it.
Steffi's got some pretty big tricks that she takes to the backcountry. I know today is a little different than when she's out filming, but I'm hoping to see her open it up a little bit now that she knows the course after one run.
I think that was where you really see, even something like that, like a feature at the top of the course, like where you, how deceptively big this entire thing is, really. I mean, that counts as one of the smaller jumps, but you can see from the amount of time she was in the air, I mean, the whole thing is massive, isn't it, really?
Yeah, not only massive, but a lot of these are true gaps where you have to make the landing. We've seen a few people come up a little bit short. Luckily, there's enough snow on the back sides of those to add a little padding, but yeah, there's consequence there.
And Steffi is a very smooth rider, but she's also very powerful. I mean, you can see her sending that hip, and she didn't grab the landing like she wanted to, but she is very, very good.
That looked great.
That was beautiful as well. Little tweak.
Japan and Jackson Hole by a Kiwi. There we go. Still some fresh snow out there on the course.
Worth noting, too, that Steffi is actually a personal trainer in her downtime, and a strength coach, and she's currently, while she's here in Natural Selection, studying for her biology finals while studying the course.
Oh my God, that was embarrassing.
I'm sure it's tough to not be critical of yourself at the bottom, but I think hats off to every individual going down this course. This is a tough course in any conditions. And we go back up to the top to a backcountry icon. This past year when she won Natural Selection, I mentioned it before, but she catalyzed and directed and starred in a 5-part documentary series named Fabric. So, no stranger to accomplishing many things and excelling at all of them, Miss Robin Van Gyn.
She's kind of got a choice as well, hasn't she? Again, like how she approaches this, really. Does she play it safe? Does she do something similar to Hannah? A bit more, you know, try and find out a bit more about the course?
I think this is hers to lose right now. I think she's got a really good opportunity to advance if she can keep it a little bit conservative. She's in the second spot of this bracket, so she has the advantage of seeing Steffi's run and knowing what she's up against. And coming into this, having won the first matchup, she's in a good spot.
She can be a little bit more calculating, can't she, really, if she wants.
Kind of similar to her first run. Great looking start with a stalefish grab on that air, but having trouble coming through that channel. Kind of chokes out a little bit, and as we can see, the snow is hard to handle.
It's getting bumpy, sure. I guess it's going to open up more of the course, isn't it? Because you're going to find riders like looking for the easier landings really as the event goes on.
I know in my conversations with Ranyan Diarj, again, head of our park crew here, He said it's been a challenge for them trying to make sure when they were building all of these landings, trying to make sure they can match them up appropriately with the takeoff so that nothing is too surprising.
Yeah, the unsung heroes of this event, these guys, aren't they? Because the amount of work that's gone into this.
It's a massive amount. There's a great video on jacksonhole.com highlighting the park crew here and what they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
Rodeo. I went freaking buckeye. Wasn't the run I wanted, but made it to the bottom. You won. Such a good.
All right, here we go into the recap. There's Steffi on Lando's hip, going a little too far left. There is some landing there, but I think she came into the bottom of that landing a little too much, making it much harder to hang on. It's a small margin to catch that hip in the right spot.
That was lovely though, wasn't it?
With all the riders having such difficulty, it is those little details that are going to set them apart.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I really do love that. I think this is really an opportunity to really highlight that creativity and really let your personal style shine through.
Got the speed banged on there, didn't she?
What else?
You win. Great job. The champion advances.
The block thickens. So good riding with each other. Yeah, that was super fun. We'll do it again.
Really love seeing that camaraderie. That's incredible. I mean, that's what I think this is all about. So we have our final matchup of women's quarterfinals. Cheryl Maas and Marion Erdy. Cheryl is back up at the top. I am so excited getting to watch her ride in competition. It's been a few years. I think this is a really cool thing for snowboarding.
Well, it's a really great story, isn't it, to have Cheryl back? You know, because like, as you pointed out in the first heat, it's quite a CV she's got, quite a resume. She's, you know, all the contest wins, the fact she moved. I mean, she was doing double backflips into powder, Cheryl, 2011. I mean, it's still legitimate now, isn't it, you know?
Oh, totally.
You like the straight spots a lot. On course? Yep.
Oh, just didn't quite have the speed.
At speed, it is such an issue. And a big part of the judging, too, I think is worth noting again, is that you can have falls in your run. Like the whole run is being appraised from top to bottom, including everything in between the jumps, in between the features, all of your turns. So if you do put your butt down, put a hand down, even if you go full tomahawk, it doesn't totally knock you out. You still have a chance. So there's no throwaway runs.
Yeah, we saw that in the men's heats, didn't we? You know, that it's an overall impression really that's being counted by the judges.
And not only does this course make it more challenging for the riders, it makes it more challenging for the judges. These are hard runs to compare side by side.
Yeah, I'd rather be in this seat, I think.
Yeah.
You know, no one has ever been in this seat and said, "Oh, I'd rather be a judge."
Oh my gosh.
Went for the 7.
Oh. Yeah, hugely grateful for the judges. Their job is not easy at all. Very appreciative of them.
Very, very much so. And we've got some of the best in the world with us.
Indeed.
I did. Holy shit, not the course though. That's bumpy. I'm here in one piece.
And we have our 8th rider to drop in, Marion Erty. You know, I think the course is getting more challenging as we go on. We see those tracks in the landing. If there is an individual who can navigate that deftly, it is Marion.
I mean, I believe she had the highest score first round, right? So her approach definitely paid off for her. I mean, she's from Chamonix. You brought up there, you get used to riding a lot of variable conditions, top to bottom.
I wonder if it was a calculated choice that she was going to attack the course the way she did, so quickly and powerfully, or if that's just simply part of the way that she rides on a regular basis.
I think it is how she rides. I mean, she's got a lot of experience in this type of competitive situation.
That was amazing.
Wow.
That goes to show how much strength and effort it takes to hold on when you're landing in these conditions.
Yeah, she held on fine, didn't she?
See, that was creative. That was Lando's hip. She took a smaller line than what everybody else has been taking, but she stayed on her feet. She got the grab. She made it look good, and she continues on. She hasn't put it down yet.
It was calculated, wasn't it? You could see she thought about it, and she'd come back and she'd adjusted her approach.
I love to see this. I mean, gosh, she is riding really well, holding on through those challenging track conditions. But when she spoke about, you know, really committing to the Natural Selection Tour and wanting to be a part of the progression overall, I mean, it's so exciting watching her ride this course right now. And let's take a quick look at both Sherrill and Marion's runs again.
Yeah, I think that first hit really does show like how critical your speed judgment is today. I mean, she's the only one to try a 7 so far.
She had those two bobbles at the top, so I think coming into that lower section goes to show that she understood she needed to put something bigger down in order to stay in the game.
It was all on the line there, wasn't it, really?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, about Marion's riding, you raised an interesting point, Jeff. I mean, yeah, the answer is she always rides with this much power, to be honest. It's going to be, if she does manage to get through into the later stages of this entire tour, I think it's going to be really mouthwatering seeing what she can do in Baldface Valhalla, in Alaska with this approach, really.
Completely. She is a shark in the water when it comes to the line selection and Alaska. I mean, I'm sure she, you know, as any competitor, has their eyes set on that, and you know, she is a danger.
I think the question we had about what type of background was going to shine today, whether it's straight to backcountry rider or contest rider or Marion, our big mountain rider, I think we're getting the answer to that.
Totally.
So we've got one tiebreaker.
So Marion will advance to the next round for the women, which we will see on day 2. And it's so exciting. I mean, I'm just thankful to get to watch a Sherrill-Marion matchup. That was, you know, I know Slemis said it, but that's a sentence I never thought I'd be saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so great about this event, isn't it?
But we're not completely done. I misspoke earlier. We have one tiebreaker round, as you can see in our standings in these quarterfinals. We have Marion Erti advancing, Robin Van Gyn advancing, Hannah Beeman advancing, but our first heat, Marie-Francois versus Elena Height, we have one more run to go. So, I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again, but I think that you never really know what to expect. I think we all have our ideas of kind of what's going to happen, but until we really see the riders throw down, it's such a anyone's guess.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how the DraftKings wagers are going out there. Like, there is so much complexity to these matchups, you mix in the conditions, you mix in the backgrounds. There's some people that are some underdogs out there that I think that are making a few bucks today.
And you know, we talked about the different styles of riding and who was going to benefit. You know, you just mentioned that earlier, Jeff, and I think the mood among the riders, I think, in the last couple of days, that it was going to benefit like the more freestyle-orientated riders, and you certainly saw that a little bit with the men. But I think, as you said, in these women's matchups, it really did benefit the experience of Marion, didn't it? You know, somebody who's had to ride, who's done a lot of big mountain competitions in these type of variable conditions. I mean, she did shine, really, didn't she? I think this next matchup, this tiebreaker, is going to be interesting. Two of the favourites beforehand, as we said, nobody wanted Marie. So yeah, we'll see how they get on.
Totally, I could not agree more. So before we head into the final run for our women's quarterfinals, we're going to announce the winner of this YETI Backcountry gift bag. You are going to not have to do any dishes for quite some time because you're going to be stocked with YETI ramblers and water bottles. So MD Evans, you're the winner of this awesome prize pack. And make sure, if you want to get your hat in the ring for winning something like this, make sure to watch the live feed on naturalselectiontour.com. There's a ton of really cool interactive stuff going on for the feed, naturalselectiontour.com. And we will be right back for the tiebreaker round between Marie-Francois and Elena Height here at the YETI Natural Selection.
Sustainability means protecting our mountains, rivers, and air for future generations to be able to enjoy them as well. For us here at the Natural Selection Tour, we really think it's important that we take the same level of energy and excitement that we have for snowboarding progression to climate action.
How do we actually make this event leading on sustainability? First, we've got our carbon accounting.
It was really important for us to be a drawdown event, which is a first in the industry.
We measure all of the carbon footprint of the event, and then we offset it twice over. 100% of all of the carbon that we're emitting, we're offsetting via Conservation International, and then we're also doing 100% domestically. With our sustainability partner YETI, we're really trying to minimize as much single-use plastic waste as we can. And then third, it's messaging.
Education was a core component of our sustainability plan, not just locally through a speaker series, but also for our streaming audience.
Show that we're really trying to put Mother Nature first.
It's been really spectacular getting to work with an organization like YETI. We're trying to set the standard that we're always going to go above and beyond to meet our responsibility, because neutral is not enough.
The impact of natural selection is not just going to be kept here in Jackson, but it's really going to be felt around the world.
So we are about to head back to the top of the natural selection course here at Jackson Hole to watch Marie-Francois and Elena Height go one more round of head-to-heads in a tiebreaker round. But before we do that, just wanted to give a big thanks. You know, the Natural Selection Tour the mission is really to celebrate Mother Nature and encourage all of us to get outside and enjoy the spoils of the mountains and just the world around us. And YETI, our presenting sponsor for the stop of the tour, is a really aligned brand with that philosophy, and we are so appreciative of them supporting this for our first stop of the 2022 tour. They've been down twice already. They each came ahead once. And now we are back at the top for our single tiebreaker for women's quarterfinals. Marie-France versus Elena. Marie-France will be dropping in first. Whistler local, she's from Quebec originally. Legendary backcountry rider. And here she goes.
I think fatigue's going to play a huge part in this, isn't it? 3 runs, test anybody really on this course.
Marie-France has been having trouble with that. She's really struggling with the course today, and I don't think any of us thought that would be the case coming into this. I thought she'd maybe be handling it a little bit stronger. There we go, taking a new line for her over the Eagle's Nest. Big risk line right there.
You know, the Eagle's Nest is one of my favorite features on the course, and it's so cool to see some of the riders kind of veering that way and adding that into their lines. And also, you know, have to say, being able to see it from the top through that GoPro 10 angle on the drone really is a really rad perspective.
Yeah, you can hear it on the mic. Sorry, can't you?
There we go. Getting creative. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. A couple of switch turns. A really nice, playful little end to the run, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's a clean slate for Marie-France and Elena. And strategy is a big part of this. They're not falling back on previous scores. It all comes down to this run, and so riding every bit of the course that you can before you get to the bottom is going to be really important.
Well. That was fun.
You look stylish.
Good job. Oh my gosh. Good job, everybody.
You look freaking stylish.
All right, we survived.
So cool to see the friends down there. I mean, those women, they ride together all the time. If you haven't seen Full Moon from a few years ago, make sure to check that out. And we are back at the top with Elena Height. Last rider to drop. As you said, Jeff, this is a clean slate. Whoever takes this one advances to the next round. Very excited to see what she will do.
Matt, what do you think's going through Elena's head right now?
I think she's just really going to be wanting to be consistent and just be calculated in her approach. I mean, if she puts a run down, she's basically got a really good chance of taking this, hasn't she?
There's definitely a huge advantage to being the second rider to go in these matchups.
I think so in these conditions, for sure.
There we go. That was beautiful.
I mean, that's a great start, isn't it, right there?
That's got to be a confidence boost for Elena, for sure.
I was just thinking the same thing. That's a great way to start off.
That's that. You pointed out. I mean, it's that feature. It's just getting more and more challenging, really. The more beat up that landing gets, isn't it?
It is.
To actually find the right line.
The find the Lando's hip.
Yeah, and we can see there's still some landing there, but you're definitely going to have to punch it to get out to the end of it, and then that margin of error becomes smaller and smaller.
Nice.
There we go. I think that little washout won't affect her that much. The air looked great. She got her grab. She rode away, but it was the little bit of a washout trying to slow down. I think those are the kind of things that the judges distinguish between.
Nice, perfect. Oh my gosh. Yes, you made it. You made it. Wow. That is so tiring.
It's so cool to have that insight to the post run. It's very unique to this contest.
And I think a big part of what's going on in what we're seeing is that a lot of these professional athletes put so much time and effort into maintaining a really high level of fitness. Snowboarding isn't what it used to be, you know, a number of years ago. Like, these are really world-class athletes, and today that strength and conditioning is really playing a big part in their runs.
I really like the way Marie ended this run. It's really nice to see this little bit of creativity, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a great start.
That gives a really good perspective on how big that first jump really is.
Yeah, you can really see from that angle like how beat up that landing's getting now. As you said, that margin for error is just going to keep getting smaller as the day progresses, isn't it?
Elena with a great looking method, but tough landing there. Elena put a lot of effort into making sure her airs look good. She's grabbing her board.
Yeah, she put that down really nicely. Like, really solid landing, wasn't it? Tough to call. What's your thought, Jeff?
You know, I'm gonna...
Thanks, Marie. That's why we love you. Oh. Good job.
And Elena Height will move on to the next round, besting Marie-Francois in these quarterfinals. Wow. That was a tough one to call.
It was. It really was.
Not for me, I knew
I
it.
need like a big massage
Jeff
now.
called it. He knew it.
I was about to say, it was in my head. No, I thought, like I was saying, those little details. Those little details with Elena grabbing her board. She had a couple really clean landings. She started the run off clean. I think those were the things that set that apart.
Yeah, is that competitive experience maybe, like to kind of make sure a final run she like really put something down that the judges were going to be impressed by?
Yeah, I mean, if you're up there and you're watching your competitors, you're seeing what's happening, you as a competitor have to appraise their runs too and get an understanding of what is it that your direct competitor is not doing. Are they not grabbing a lot? Well, then I need to put that into my run to set me apart.
Yeah, well, some great matchups coming up for the next round, basically. But yeah, it's going to be tough to call, I think, really. Marion, the clear standout, I'm going to say, from today. You know, the 2 high scoring runs of the day. And like you said, it answered the question, like which type of snowboarding was this, were these conditions going to favor? And today it was Marion. So
really incredible performance from the women. And we're going to take a look at the standings for who's going to be advancing to semifinals on day 2. We have Elena Height going against Hannah Beeman. That is incredibly exciting. And Robin Van Gyn, our winner for the tour, going against Marion Hardy, who was second in natural selection last year. I mean, these are 2 very consequential matchups. We don't know when day 2 will be, but these 4 women will be riding on that day.
I think it's interesting to point out that everyone advancing are veterans.
That's a really, really good point. I mean, you know, that wisdom really helps. So next up, we have 8 more men who are going to compete against each other for a spot in the men's quarterfinals on day 2. We are really only halfway through the action right now for day 1 here at the YETI Natural Selection. We will be right back with you, but stay tuned because we have 8 more men dropping into this incredible course.
The silence is almost deafening before the drop. Ben Ferguson on course, riding switch right now. So a new approach for Ben Ferg, going for that underflip. This is a whole new line for Ferg. I think he is in a great headspace right now. Front side 5 from Ferg. You know, I was talking with Ben and I said, you and Sage, you guys depended on each other for the making of that film Joy. You were backcountry partners. Now, in essence, you're backcountry enemies today. And he said, I know that Sage is going to want to win, but I'm going to be there to try to stop him.
Ben is really a quiet storm. Oh, you know, he is laser focused, has such good fundamentals on his snowboard. You know, you can never count this guy out, and word is he just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
He's competitively trained. He's been riding here, he knows the terrain, and check this out. There's that cab underflip right there. Coming into that second feature, front side 5, so landing switch in POW, not the easiest thing. And then going giganto, backside 7. And that leads me to believe Ben put one down, his run was incredible, he might be able to take that to 10. He might be feeling that confidence.
Welcome back, Blue Skies, here at the Naturally Enhanced Terrain Festival that is the YETI Natural Selection. First stop here in Jackson Hole. Congratulations to the women's field as I'm joined by Pat Bridges, founder of Slush Magazine, T-Bird Monterosso, longtime lensman and voice within snowboarding. Real quick, your thoughts on what the women had to go through with that course this afternoon.
It's very evident that this course is changing. The snow's heating up. However, the women did not hold back. They rode that course aggressively. It was awesome to watch.
Yeah.
Well, it was certainly a harder course for the women to ride than when the guys got to go. The first 8 guys got to take their first runs. There were definitely tracks. Now the sun's been on the course. It's starting to heat up. It's also starting to slow down with the fresh sun on the fresh snow.
It is looking fast. We'll see what happens with the second runs of round 1 for the men. But real quick, we'll go back up to the top to a man who knows about going fast. So fast. Stan Levier.
That's right, Slam. As you know, Fast Checkout, one of the big sponsors here. You guys were so fast with the last QR code that they actually sold out of $1 gloves. But we've got some exciting news. We're not going to leave you empty-handed. Scan this QR code again for your chance to win. Buy a $1 Fast hoodie. That's right. Scan this QR code here. It's been the year of the QR codes. Get yourself a $1 hoodie, and you'll be looking fast too.
The year of the QR codes. I had someone hit me in my DMs to be like, hey, they're out of gloves. Can you help me? I was like what? Like, do I have some superpower?
Bring him the gloves, Salema.
All right, DM me. I'll see if I can't get you a pair. Scan the QR code now. We go from hoodies to sweatshirts. Your thoughts for this next round of the dudes? What do you expect?
Well, Austin Sweeten put it pretty perfectly. He said the only time you can really feel comfortable on this course right now is when you're actually in the air.
Aha. All right. Thank you for that insight. Man with the magic beanie.
Well, yeah, it was really interesting too. You know, checking the social feed in between in our little break there, and I saw Travis up there coaching Sweeten. Right, so that just shows the ownership this dude has in this event. He rides in his tiebreaker run, flips the switch in beast mode, eliminates Kevin Backstrom, and rather than just being like, oh, I'm going to the village, see you guys tomorrow, he goes back up top, and he's transferring all of that beta, all of his knowledge about this course to the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, what an able teammate, you know, and we've seen those two collaborate many times, starting with depth perception. And here we are. I mean, we're going to see Sweeten take his 2 runs here today, and I think this second half of the field certainly almost is more apparent that it's going to be a battle between the light touch riders and the power riders. The people like Blake Paul and Mikkel Bang. Like, that is the dichotomy. They're not battling each other, but they're emblematic of the 2 types of approaches we're going to see here in the second round.
As we take a look at the brackets here in this second round of the first ones, that dance between styles. On your left side, you see the advancers right off the bat. I mean, this Mikkel Bang Arthur Longo, that's like a final.
The minute that happened at the seeding event, I was just like, here we go. I mean, and Pat, to your point, look at Blake Paul, Torgeir Bergrum, right? 2 very light-footed riders. It's going to be interesting to see how they approach the course. Gabe Ferguson, Sage Kotzenberg, backcountry partners for multiple winters going head-to-head, and then Ben Ferguson and Austin Sweeten. This second heat is stacked with talent.
Well, the seeding is very unique here as opposed to something like a tennis tournament or a golf tournament. You got the matchups are like dodgeball pick as opposed to the top seed going against the lower seed.
We say before we welcome Arthur Longo, the king of pop, to join us, and Mikkel, don't call me Nickel Bang. 3rd place last year. Let's get his thoughts on being back.
Okay, we have about 30 seconds. So go ahead and jump in.
Definitely coming in this year, I'm not as nervous because I already know what the course feels like. But then again, you don't know who you're going to ride against, so there is still some nervousness going on. Well, this year I stayed home in Norway. We had a good start to the season, but then it rained. So I've basically been riding icy resort riding. But I've been snowboarding, and that's usually what it takes to get back out there and have some fun.
How does that experience of what he's been in perhaps serve Mikkel?
He's been riding firmer conditions inbounds on a resort. It's exactly what we're dealing with today as Mikkel Bang drops in. Now look at this. He's riding switch toward his first feature. What line is Mikkel going to take? Switch back 1 from Mikkel Bang.
Seems to be one of the more popular tricks up top. We saw Kevin, a couple other riders doing that same move. Dustin.
Nice little tap on the pillow popper into a backside 360. This dude is pure power. Got a little sideways on that takeoff of the second feature there, but he was really linking it together.
Judges are going to love how rowdy he was up top.
Mikkel notoriously rides larger boards too. He's a tall guy, so he can ride up in the 170, even 180 range. Front side 360, the champ is here. Mikkel Bang sending a message to Arthur Longo. in run 1.
Holy fuck! Holy shit! It's so fast. Yeah, bang bang. Hey, buddy. How are you? Dude, I smacked my face so hard. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's an example of the excitement and the mindset of the riders getting through their first run right here. We are in the bottom half of the qualifiers.
Well, when we saw that Arthur Longo got the call to come up, and you could just feel that reverberate throughout the entire of snowboarding, like, yes, the king of pop is here. One of Sean White last week posting about, hey, this is what snowboarding is supposed to look like, posting an Arthur Longo clip, which I thought was incredible. Let's hear about Arthur and his thoughts on coming here to the dance at Natural Selection.
I think competition is cool and it's entertaining, but it's not necessarily something I want to do, like to just beat someone else or like get beat from someone else or lose or win or whatever. So it's not really my mentality so much. But you know, since like everything is so nice here and there's like all the riders anyway, it's hard not to say yes to competition. But so yes, this and like maybe a bank slalom or you know stuff like this would be the only thing I would do.
And Pat, when you've had the type of success in competition in the past, like Arthur Longo has had in pipe, etc., you don't ever lose that.
Well, it's like a psychological muscle memory. You get that bug, and we've seen certainly like riders like Sean White, who that is pretty much the juice that carries him forward. But here we have Arthur, and he actually was an invite last year, but he chose to focus on a film project.
Starting things off with a frontside 360. Arthur Longo kind of pulls ripcord on that second feature. Those are pretty rapid fire back to back. I think the best way to describe Arthur Longo's riding is he manufactures speed and manifests landings. He is so smooth, so fluid, and he sees things with a really unique approach to terrain.
That was astutely put as he literally sniped a weird piece of transition on that cross court as we are on board with this modified GoPro 10 on this drone, giving us incredible perspective.
And look at how much speed the riders are scrubbing. Last year, they were pinning it through that zone because there was so much snow. Now it's a little more low tide, and they just have to dump speed before hitting these features, which does ultimately affect the flow for all the riders.
Well, I think stopping upon that step-down gap really hurt him up top.
Dude, that gap you did was sick. Transfer? Oh, dude. I was in another realm. Yeah, I know. It's so crazy. Like, that was wild, huh? It was hard to stop.
In another world.
In another portal. So here we're taking a look at the recap of Mikkel Bang's highlights. Switch backside 180 right there. And a little tail tapper on that pillow. And look at how quickly those features line up. Backside 360 from Mikkel, and then chaos ensues. But he holds it together. Good composure.
I think this is emblematic of the fact that Mikkel is bringing a lot of experience from last year into this, whereas that was Arthur's first, board on the ground look at the course.
Yeah, Mikkel seems more relaxed to me this year. I mean, he got third place here in Jackson last year. He won in Alaska. He was the overall champ of last season. And I think it's showing in the way he's riding. But, I mean, he really has a full plate dealing with Arthur Longo. Frontside 360. There's a picture-perfect no-grab backside 3. It is really hard to make no-grabs look good, but Arthur does it. Unfortunately, kind of sits it down in the landing there. And here it is, just sniping a little pocket of transition right there. It's going to be interesting to see how this is scored. Both strong runs. They attacked the course aggressively. I think Mikkel stayed on his feet a little bit more, so I'm interested to see how the judges score this run.
Well, like you guys were saying, that sniping the landing, that's kind of the flavor that we all came to love with Arthur as of late with side hit euphoria.
Something, I don't know.
All right, well, judges handily giving it to Mikkel. I mean, that top of that attack and just how crazy he got. That calculated risk being rewarded. As we head back up to the top, Blake Paul versus Torgeir Berggrim. I mean, Blake, of course, like local hero. Jackson's so proud of this kid. And, you know, in our conversations, with his knowledge of this terrain and being riding this type of terrain in his home mountain, may have an advantage. Let's hear what Blake thinks.
I definitely had a lot of nerves last year. I was definitely nervous at the top of the course, and I feel like that's something that if you compete more, you kind of like get used to or you're more aware of. But also it was cool last year because I didn't really know what to expect, so maybe I was just living in the moment a little bit more, where this year we have a lot to compare it to. But I was just excited on the overall experience, hanging with all the invited riders and kind of just being a part of the event and snowboarding in Jackson and cruising around with everybody. That always means a lot, so I'm excited for that again no matter what.
Well, all that nervousness still got him to the semis last year, T-Bird.
And I had a really interesting chat with Blake during a little content grab interview we were doing where he said this zone, before that Teton quad was put in, this was the first place he ever built a backcountry jump. This actual slope was his introduction to backcountry snowboarding here at his home mountain of Jackson Hole. So things have come full circle for Blake Paul as he is on the world stage, starting things off with a huge backflip nose grab, one of the hallmark tricks from Blake Paul. You gotta be kidding me. Front side 360 to the deep end.
Yeah, right here we're seeing a lot of solid landings coming out of Blake, and that's something where we're really seeing how a light touch handles this choppiness.
They don't call him Gordon Lightfoot for no reason. This kid is the real deal. Backside 360 tail grab, holding on. You see how choppy it is, even in the fresh snow, it can take you down.
And it's that deception, right, of that Lightfoot matching powder. You see Blake just being like, where am I?
Did Blake Paul just become the favorite of this event? That was unbelievable.
That was heavy.
That was unreal.
Yeah, top to bottom, that run right there was pretty much as flawless as we've seen all day, and big.
Well, if you ask people about ask some of your favorite snowboarders who their favorite snowboarder is, Torgeir Berggrim is going to be, no doubt, on that list, and we are happy to have him here.
Well, it's kind of hard to have a mindset coming into this event. It's not like any other event I've ever done. I'm riding with and against my biggest idols growing up snowboarding. So honestly, I'm just here to enjoy and try to ride as good as I can. My main concerns about dropping in is the light being good enough for me to see the obstacles, and also trying to stay on my line and don't miss the features that I'm going to try to hit. If I can do that, I think I should be fine.
Known for letting conditions dictate how he rides, he ain't going to have any problem with light today. Let's not forget also two-time Olympian in slopestyle 2014, 2018. The pride of Trondheim, Norway is here and on course, Pat.
Well, I would say Torgeir's in that crew alongside Torstein, Sage Kotzberg, the real technical deep bags of tricks.
And he's a very, very powerful rider. This kid can stomp. I mean, he takes the world by storm on social media with tricks like switch inverted back 5 late methods. I mean, his approach and his take on snowboarding is incredible. What?
Did you just see him try and save?
That was ridiculous.
He tried to back rodeo out of sliding down backwards.
Well, it's one thing to throw the trick. It's another thing to survive the ride-out.
That was amazing.
Cab 5 from Torgeir right there. And again, Salema, like you said during the break, he is approaching this course aggressively. No matter what, there could be a bobble, there could be a fall. He's being aggressive, and that's what the judges want to see.
Holy shit. That was crazy. Feels good to get one. Yeah. Yeah, you're so sick. You look so mellow.
Mutual Admiration Festival.
Absolutely, and just looking at the way Blake Paul is carrying himself right now, I'm pretty sure he knows he just laced one. Look at that backflip nose grab, finding that transition unlike many other riders alive. This kid is a raw, straight up talent.
Well, unlike last year where we saw a lot of wildcats and backflips, we're starting to see only a handful of riders going upside down this year.
Backside 360 tail grab right there. As we transition into tour gear, check this out. Huge method. Hits the second feature out of control and tries to back rodeo out of it. Unbelievable. Maxes that thing out, finds some fresh snow, goes backseat, and welcome to the roller coaster, Tour Gear. He almost had it. He needed a little bit more airtime.
I would have taken my headset off and walked out of the booth. You guys would have been on your own if you'd made that.
Unbelievable.
Well, I also think what we're watching right here is like we saw with a Craven and a Danny Davis. Is it going to be the threes, finesse, size versus the technicality?
I will say, with Blake Paul's run, the flow was just unmatched. I mean, the line he chose and stuck to in his run, it was quite frankly beautiful.
It could be the high score of the
Probably
day.
not the best idea. It's all good. Hell yeah. Uno mas.
85.3 for Blake, an excellent score, but Tord still in the mix. This second run is going to be exciting from these two.
Well, that speaks to the unique format. Torgeir could have beat other riders if he wasn't against Blake.
Exactly. Gabe Ferguson keeping it in the family. He is excited to be here because if there's one rider who just absolutely loves the backcountry, it is Gabe.
I think riding backcountry is just really fun. I did half pipe for so long and so repetitive, and just like year after year it gets pretty old. And I grew up riding Mount Bachelor, and I love free riding and hitting jumps and doing it all, so I want to do that. And yeah, I don't know. It just like, I never did half pipe thinking I'm only going to ride half pipe. I was always doing it to hopefully just be a power rider. And it's kind of weird doing contests again, like quitting contests and now we're just going back into another contest. It kind of feels crazy, but.
That right there is 18-year-old energy on full display as brother Ben Ferguson coaching him up at the top in his Dakine vest. One last hug from brother. I saw him this morning when we were getting coffee, and he said, I got lines that I like, but the question is, are they going to be there by the time it's for me to go?
That's where the strategy comes into play. Starting things off with a half cab, Gabe Ferguson, who at one point in his career was one of the foremost half-pipe riders on planet Earth, coming out of Bend, Oregon. That place just breeds snowboarders who have board control. Backside 360 to the bottom, and Gabe is flying down this course.
Yeah, a lot like Blake Paul, you know, Gabe and his brother are both snowboarding prodigies. So as much as he's one of the youngest riders in the field, he's kind of a veteran.
So Gabe scrubbing a little bit of speed here. Massive backflip, and he powers through the chunder down toward the finish corral. That was unreal.
Holy moly.
You know those baby rattlesnakes they say you don't want to get bit by? Yeah, that's Gabe Ferguson right there. Woo! Sage Kostenberg definitely coming in this year, feeling like he's got a little chip on his shoulder, a little something to prove. But his mindset coming in is not to let that overtake him. Wants to try to figure out how to just maintain and stay relaxed.
What's going on in my head in the start gate? Probably thinking about the first feature, and that's about it. I kind of don't think about anything else going down the run besides the first feature. I just let it come at me. I try to stay pretty calm and relaxed as much as I can. I like to have fun. I like to listen to music at the top, and I like to be joking around. This year, just coming in, I've just been riding at home. It's been really fun. So snowboarding a lot and having a good time, which I think that's when I ride the best. So looking to put down some runs for sure.
Really made an international name for himself in Sochi with that gold medal win in slopestyle in 2014. Loves to compete, but as we've seen these last few years, talk about dedication to the backcountry and relentlessly filming and going out and pushing that level. That's what Sage is about.
He's got that Travis Rice effect to him, that mindset, where when he sets his mind to something and says, I want to do this or I want to go here, he's going to do that, and he's going to go there. And I was talking with Sage a little earlier in this week upon his arrival, and he said his difference in his mindset going into this event was last year coming into Jackson. He was coming off of some heavy filming from X Games in which he won gold. This year, he's just been riding park. So he said he's calm, cool, and collected.
Well, right there, he had a huge back three followed up by a front three. Doesn't seem to be too affected by the previous landings or the chop.
Yeah, Sage's riding is so adaptable to any conditions. And like we said, this dude's a gold medalist. He knows how to compete.
Well, he's also an athlete. I mean, he runs marathons.
Yeah, you can find him regularly in the gym with Jeremy Jones and crew in Park City, the fitness being optimum. You know he wanted more out of that second half, but that 3-to-3 combo at the top.
How buck is it? It is buck. Believe. Woo. It's rowdy. Dude, cowboy pal for sure.
I love it. Cowboy pal. Yeah, I feel like the second half of Sage's run just wasn't quite what he wanted, but he had a really strong top section. Here we're looking at Gabe Ferguson. Look at that massive backside 360. That's why they call him Eagle Boy. Dude is good at flying through the air. And then a huge backflip, barely hanging on. And as you can see, just the conditions are getting a little tougher as every single rider drops and every track gets put into this course.
Well, it's almost as if the second run is going to be the real matchup, because that, again, was Gabe's first run.
The energy in the rider tent, you gotta love it. That's the beautiful thing about snowboarding. They're all competitors, but they're pulling for each other. They're pulling for their friends.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like, yes, there's going to be a winner, but this is snowboarding is the ultimate winner.
Yep.
That comes out of this event, and all the riders are here for it.
And this right here is where things went a little wrong for Sage. Lands a little bit back seat. Doesn't come to a full stop.
How did that one feel? It felt pretty good. It's not that poppy. So it came in and kind of yakking a little bit.
Wow.
But the landing's really good.
Yeah.
And it's kind of landed at the top, I think, and wheelied.
And 88 for Gabe
To
Ferguson.
the tap,
I mean,
to the one jump. It's
Yeah.
like going off the lip, you're like, okay, I could die right now.
Yeah.
And then coming out of it, you're like,
It's so gnarly in there.
well, if you wanted to know whether or not we're embellishing about the stakes, just listen to the riders. So we go from one Ferg to another. Ben Ferguson versus Austin Sweeten.
This is going to be sweet.
Ben Ferguson, of course, coming in to Jackson been wrestling with a knee injury. Was kind of questionable whether or not he would come, but feels like he's just there and is excited to see if he can take it to the top.
Yeah, so last summer, I had to get surgery on my knee, just like a little meniscus repair. I was on crutches for like 6 weeks this summer and spent a lot of time like in the gym. Actually, Red Bull's got like really great facilities and they took really good care of me, got me in with really good PTs and trying to get the knee back up and running, and it's feeling really good right now. It gets sore every once in a while still, but I think it'll be ready to go. For me personally, to win this thing, I think I just gotta like stay consistent, ride good lines, try to mix it up, like don't get trapped in the same run over and over again, be able to be fluid, and yeah, just have fun and hang out.
Incredible second place performance last year. I saw and got to spend some time with Ben this past summer as he was in Southern California at Red Bull doing the rehab, and he was diligent coming to California for weeks at a time, making that knee a priority.
And you're going to see how strong this kid is now. If you've never seen Ben Ferguson ride before, this is what he's all about. Starting things off with a big old method into a huge frontside 3. Unbelievable.
Well, and what's got to be going through his head after seeing his brother lay down the 3rd highest score of the day just now?
So Ferg kind of dipping into the trees there. And this is a unique line. I don't know if we've seen this line before. Ben was talking about how he's going to be very strategic coming into this year's event. 2nd place in Jackson, 2nd in Alaska. That is a backside 7. One of the best we've seen today. Ben Ferguson came to win.
I'd say that's the biggest trick of the second half of the first qualifiers.
Oh, I thought I was landing on rocks. Jeez.
Incredible run.
How's that knee?
Looking pretty good to me.
Well, Austin Sweeten, the speed manager, what will he be able to do to downshift, adjust the gears? Nobody loves backcountry as much as this kid. One of my favorite follows on the IG. What does it mean for him to be back here? And what does this event mean to snowboarding? Let's hear it from Austin.
The Natural Selection Tour has given myself and many other riders a space to show our backcountry freestyle skill set on a bigger platform, and is really helping the backcountry snowboard community, because before this contest it really just depended on videos, and with the lack of videos now, it's just like enhancing our platform, and it's cool to get all the backcountry riders together and see what everyone is capable of doing.
I love his spirit. Like his riding is so loud, but he's so grounded and so clearly appreciative to be here.
Yeah, this kid is the definition of a life well lived in the mountains. He is fully immersed in mountain environments, no matter the season. Huge frontside 360 to kick things off for Austin Sweeten.
I mean, I'd say a lot of this terrain is similar to what he cut his teeth on in the Northwest at places like Alpental, Stevens, and Crystal.
And when we said this kid flies, you're seeing it now. We were not lying. Backside 360, and he is moving down this course. Needling through the trees, coming into that big old jump at the bottom. Looks like he's gonna spin frontside 7, and he goes down. Austin Sweeten, if he had landed that, I do not know who would have taken the win. I think the edge goes to Ferg, but we will see. That was a great run from Sweeten.
You're a gangster. That was fucking sick, dude.
Yeah, dude, it's proud of you. Oh my God. I mean, it's a unanimous decision. Everybody says that this course is rowdy. Or as Sage Kotzenberg puts it, cowboy pow. We got Ben Ferguson's recap, front side 360 into a massive backside 720. I'm going to say that might be the trick of the event thus far. I think it's Ben. Blake is in the running on that last jump there, but this right here is Ben Ferguson's bread and butter. Finding good snow, and he stomps it. That back 7 was a thing of beauty. You can see just how close Gab gets with that drone. And that thing's, you know, no further than 6 feet away at certain points from these riders.
And here we see Sweeten up top, definitely figuring out the speed, at least at the top. I think, you know, the 7 at the bottom might have been the bigger challenge, but he had a good pull here up to that point.
Yeah, here's where things went a little awry for Austin. Looked amazing in the air. Front 7 spots the landing, and it's just it's a little rough in there. It's a little rough in those landings this late in the day.
And that's where you got to wonder, if he was a rider like Mikkel, could he have punched through a little better?
You were saying earlier that perhaps a little bit more real estate under the feet for some riders might make a difference in these conditions. Well, Ben Ferguson with the win, a high score of 89.6, but that score for Austin lets you know he's in the mix in the second run.
Absolutely. Their second run is going to be very interesting. All of the second runs are going to be interesting. I mean, you got Mikkel Bang in the lead over Arthur Longo, Blake Paul in the lead over Torgeir, Gabe Ferguson, the young gun, taking the lead against Sage Kotzenberg, and Ben Ferguson with one of the best runs that we've seen today.
Could be
Well, I was going to say, let's skip ahead 8 runs right now. You're going to see the dichotomy of Mikkel Bang versus Blake Paul if it keeps playing on like it is, but you're also going to see a battle of the brothers.
Yeah.
It is lining up to have a Ben showdown in multiple ways because we also have Jared Elston. Therefore, like in the men's side of the field, Mount Bachelor appears to be the breeding ground.
Absolutely.
If you listen closely, there's a huge scream from the Northwest after you said that. You know, one of the conversations that we've seen finally get to be more comfortable and allowed in professional sports has been mental health. We watch athletes perform at the highest level and we talk about what they can do physically, but it's hard for us to be able to comprehend what that battle is when you're going through injury and we're trying to push yourself to maintain in a sport where if your body's not working, you don't get to do it anymore. What does mental health mean to the game? Well, thankfully we have partnership with BetterHelp and a really incredible story on what mental health has meant for a pro athlete like the one and only Mark Landvik. Watch this.
For me, snowboarding's always been a way to express myself. Everything was moving so fast. We were traveling all over the world. The projects kept getting bigger. People were partying. It was unbelievably fun. But yeah, sometimes the funnest stuff in life can take its toll on you. It definitely did on me. I started noticing anxieties, depression. I literally would have to force myself to go snowboarding. I cut the booze cold turkey. I had to start dealing with a lot of things that I didn't know were there. My girlfriend at the time got me an appointment with a therapist, and within 15 minutes, she had diagnosed me with bipolar. Working with a therapist is huge, not only helping you understand what's going on, they'll also give you building blocks to try to live your life. Whether it's snowboarding or art, writing, I think having a plethora of different outlets is key. No matter how hard things have been, I wouldn't take anything back. You gotta take that first step.
First of all, thank you to Mark Landvik for willing to show that vulnerability of where where he is at. You know, sometimes when it comes to this conversation, this idea of being vulnerable can be misconstrued as weakness, but that vulnerability is actually strength, and where you get your power from, as we saw with Landvik, and just so great to see where he's at as a result.
Well, and we look at a lot of these athletes like superheroes, but when it comes down to it, they're human beings, and while their bodies are capable of doing unbelievable things on a snowboard, the most important part of anybody's body is, without a doubt, your brain. That's why I think it's really cool that BetterHelp is going to offer everybody watching this 2 weeks of free therapy. Go to BetterHelp or BetterHelp.com/NST. Cash in on that.
Well, we talk about the mental game for competitors and at a place like this, but it's not just about athletes. You know, the mental game in real life, in the real world, you know, for anybody, everybody, it's so important.
One of my first appointments when I get back from this event is to my therapist. You know, therapy has made a huge difference for me, and I found some commonality with some of what Mark was talking about. I had debilitating anxiety that I was suffering from for a couple of years, afraid to go outside, afraid to go to work, and I had to really face the fact that there were some things in my life and in my past and in my upbringing that I wasn't dealing with. But, you know, going on medication and having to work through this stigma of, is something wrong with me, but then taking the time and getting to go on a regular basis to just work through things.
And it's just refreshing we're finally having this conversation freely. It's nice. It's freeing, you know.
It's freeing, and it's empowering, especially when you're performing at the highest level in the world. Again, BetterHelp.com/NST. We got plenty more runs. This second round of runs here in this bottom 8 is going to be powerful. Stay with us here at Stop 1, YETI Natural Selection, Jackson Hole. Love that you're getting this in the first round.
Mary, you know Pat as well as anyone. What's he going to do right now?
Oh, man. Well, that's the thing is he's solid, but he's got a lot of tricks in his sleeve. Like, right now, just starting off with a really smooth 3 and heading into the second jump with some speed. Oh, man. I mean, that's Pat Moore right there.
Okay, so Nils went 3-3. Pat goes 3-7. What is he going to put down here? Front 7.
Wow. Wow.
That was ridiculous, followed by a cloud of powder the size of a school bus.
Yeah, that is Pat Moore. That is, I mean, he always impresses, and I think he's he's ringing the bell.
I mean, it's time put in. What has Pat Moore not done on a snowboard, right? It's just hours and hours.
Showy method to end it off. And
I found it. I found it. Oh my God. Good job. Yeah, you too.
Taking a look back. So Pat Moore starting things off with a front 3. And here comes one of the sickest tricks of the day. Super corked backside 720. Wow. There's that front 7. That's what Nils was talking about at the bottom. He said, you found it. You found the fresh tracks.
Welcome back again. Couldn't dial up better conditions if you asked for. Blue skies abounding here on this day 1 as we get ready to head into these second rounds. Quick thoughts. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, I got to say, Blake Paul, you know, it's his home hill. He came through the event last year. He's looking really good, especially going into these second runs. But again, there are a lot of riders who are new riders first year, like a Gabe Ferguson. They're now know what the course is bringing to them. They're not flying blind. That's going to be the story of the second run, I think.
I think Blake just became a favorite, and I think Gabe Ferguson just introduced himself to a large amount of people.
Amen. I second all of that. We head up to the Red Bull Athlete Zone to catch the tone before these second runs with Stan the Man.
Hey, Salema, what's up? We are reporting live from the Red Bull Athlete 10. As you can see me behind me, got some of the contenders here. And, you know, I think the name of the game is the same as it's been all day. Stay on your feet. Treat it like a park almost. And it's firm, so watch out. I'm also told that we've finally been blessed by our other sideline announcer, Jack Matrani, decided to show up. So that's exciting. And Jack, are you here with us? I'm excited to talk to you, get your take.
I'm here. I'm here. I can't even believe it. I missed my flight last night, not going to lie. It was actually canceled. But I'm here. First time seeing the course in person. Let me tell you, it is mind-blowingly huge. My soul is at ease watching snowboarding. It's been really fun to hang out down here. Everybody's having a blast. Ben Ferguson actually just said that this warm weather is actually making the conditions even better. So I think we're going to be even more excited for round number 2. How are you guys? I miss you. I'm so happy to be here with you guys.
We are fantastic. We're here. We're happy to welcome you, especially since you have a lot going on at home. Another newborn on the way, and I just love the fact that you just get here and you go straight to work and you give us the info. Thank you, Jack, and welcome.
Thank you, Salema.
Jack, did your flight at least have in-flight entertainment, buddy?
It sure did.
I hope it was a comfortable flight for you.
It was very comfortable. I slept very good at 5 a.m. this morning as we flew in. Beautiful sunrise, though. It's a beautiful time to fly into Jackson.
That's awesome. Before we get into the second runs, don't forget Travis and company at Natural Selection have decided to build this NFT community to really build membership and help people gain access and community and feel a sense of ownership to help move Natural Selection Tour forward. $15 is the initial purchase for some of this incredible digital artwork that also transfers into some physical pieces depending on what you purchase. And of course, we have that golden ticket opportunity. One person who buys one of these NFTs over the course of the next 96 hours or so is going to have a chance to go to Baldface for stop 2 and hang with the crew.
I can't think of a better investment than that. I mean, and aside from that, it's just really cool because it's the Natural Selection Tour involving more people. Come into our circle, be part of this tour. Travis, Rice, and crew want people to have ownership in this tour and feel part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for $15, getting the golden ticket or an opportunity to win it, to go to Baldface, I mean, I've been fortunate. We've all been fortunate to be there. And for somebody else to get a chance to experience that, I mean, that is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, that would be the most amazing way to get your first time to Baldface ever. Wishing you all good luck. Go to naturalselectiontour.com to learn more. Let's head back and get some more snowboarding popping, shall we? Mikkel Bang and Arthur Longo ready to go. What does the third place finisher, Mr. Mikkel, need to do here?
I mean, I think he's got to kind of stay true to what he did in run 1. You know, Mikkel is a strong, tall, powerful snowboarder. And it's interesting what Pat said, you know, during the break is it's going to benefit a lot of these riders to size up. Mikkel already rides a pretty large board because he's about 6 feet 3 inches tall. So he may have a technical advantage in his gear as we speak. So switch back 180 to start things off. Tapping that pillow again with his tail into a backside 3 rapid fire features. And the judges have to understand how quick the transition is between those two features.
Well, and it's not only finding the right line, fresh snow. You got to avoid the trees. You know, especially when you land and you land multiple tricks in a row, you are speeding up with each successive landing.
So Mikkel going down mid-run there, but this is Natural Selection Tour. You get back up and you send it. Huge frontside 720, Mikkel Bang. Holy cow. That was unreal.
Well, he had that trouble up top, but I think...
Oh, man. Mikkel, just how rowdy is that course up there?
It is a lot more firm, and the snow heated up, so it's really, really fast.
Is that good or bad?
It's very tough. Like the one jump I hit before, went a little too far, landed, had no chance of braking because it was just going so fast.
How about that frontside 7 at the end there, though? That was a thing of beauty to watch right here. What was that like to land and ride away?
Oh, man, that felt so good. It's a really fun jump.
Well, congratulations. Let's go.
The ride out was almost like crazier than the trick.
Well, I'll let you catch your breath, Mikkel. Have a seat and let's watch Arthur Longo. Proud of you, dude.
I mean, these are some of the most fit human beings on the planet, and you see how winded they are from this course.
Yeah, like it's almost like, oh, congratulations, you just made a trick. Now try to stop yourself from warp speed in the middle of an asteroid field.
Well, I think this will be interesting with Arthur. Bear in mind, last run was his first look at the course, and here he is. Now he knows what the snow is like, knows his line. I think we're going to see a different run from him here.
I think so too, you know, and it seems that Mikkel might have left the door open a little bit with that fall, and it looks like Arthur running into the same problem that Mikkel had, could not quite slow down before the tree band.
Well, we haven't talked a lot about line selection, but certainly you can get lost. There are so many.
Get out of here. Are you serious? Talk about manufacturing speed. He rode for 50 feet and went 70 feet. Yeah, Arthur Longo is otherworldly inbounds at a resort.
Well, I can't wait to see the replay to see how intentional that line was, as far as did they build it purposely for that line.
Oh, dude.
So insane.
Dude, it's so rowdy.
So intense.
Dude, that gap you did there again. You had it, man.
Holy shit.
I mean, now it's going to get really interesting because you look at the risk that someone like Arthur Longo took. I really want to see how that scored. I mean, Mikkel's run was a little bit cleaner with the exception of this fall right here in which Mikkel said he couldn't slow down. And then look at this front side 7. I mean, that is just about as good as it gets.
Well, it's unfortunate that Arthur, you'll see in a second up top, after we look at the alternate angle of Mikkel here, you're going to see Arthur up top kind of get a little lost on a new line.
I mean, that transfer was unbelievable. There's the big old front side 360, and now we got eyes on what went wrong. He just was a little bit rider's right and couldn't slow down before the tree. And then look at that. You got to be kidding me with that, Arthur.
That's just...
So we could be looking at the first tiebreaker, depending upon how the judges are going to score the consequence.
And you notice how Arthur went really far rider's right on that to try to catch a little bit of that fresh snow. I mean, he was dancing on the edge of that landing right there. That is actual precision.
This is when the overall impression end of things, just, I wouldn't want to be a judge.
The transfer was ridiculous. It was 60 to 80 feet.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the air forever. And again, it's a small pocket to catch. Well, for the judges, no question. I think that 7 at the bottom absolutely sealing it. But what an incredible showing from Arthur Longo. Like, we knew it would be entertaining.
Yeah, definitely. Holy shit.
And you hear him saying to Mikkel, great riding with you. Mikkel going to be filled with confidence after overcoming Longo. As we head back up, the man to beat right now in his backyard. T-Bird letting us know that the first backcountry jump that Blake Paul ever built was right here in this pitch. And now to be doing this on the world stage at Natural Selection. What a feeling it must be for this kid.
And I mean, this kid's just a threat. His style, his poise, and his knowledge of this zone and this terrain just gives him a really big competitive edge.
Well, he lands in the backcountry as if he's riding a park jump. The lightest touch of his board, and you can see right there, his board's actually reverse camber.
So Blake dropping in for his second run. He is currently holding a pretty commanding lead over Torgeir Bergrum. And sticking with a similar top section, backflip nose grab. I heard that little squeak of the bindings. Means he's pulling the nose of his board. Front side 360.
On display, that light touch that Pat mentioned at the top.
Yeah, Blake is a true pleasure to watch ride a snowboard. Scrubbing some speed up and over those 2 rocks as he's now entering the bottom section of the course. Back 7, and he can't quite hold on in the ride out. He's cutting really hard, riders left, to hit a jump that not a lot of other riders are hitting to get fresher snow.
I was going to say, the landing looked like 9 o'clock.
Blake, another incredible run. Congrats on that. Take us through that run from your perspective.
Most of all, trying to stay on my feet, trying to clean up my first run. Add a little bit of a bigger trick on the bottom. Snow is hard to slow down in, so it's hard to find little landings that have good snow to slow down and try to avoid those sections of the course, but yeah.
I don't know how you could clean up your first run. Your first run was literally the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So what happened? Just that backside 7, just didn't have enough snap, or what went wrong there?
Yeah, just didn't quite have enough pop, I guess, on that one. Landing came up a little quicker than I thought, but all good. Happy I tried to step it up just a little bit, you know?
Well, congrats. That was a thing of beauty, man. Sending it back to you guys.
There's not an award for it, but clearly the least winded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me you live here without telling me you live here.
Exactly.
As we head back up to Torgeir Bergrim, who had, I mean, all the elements were there in that first run.
Yeah, from the same town as Torstein Horgmo. You talk about generational influence that a rider like Torstein has. Torgeir Bergrim starting things off with a backside 360. And the landings are starting to look a little bit more like a spring jump landing. The snow's heating up. It's getting a little faster. And these riders are feeling really at home. Matt is he just jumped into a little bit of carnage right there on Lando's hip.
I just love that somehow or another he thought he'd be able to grab some snow on that hip.
Well, I mean, if you remember in the first run where he tried to redeem himself throwing a cork off of a buck.
Going cab 9, Torgeir Bergrim.
That's the biggest trick of the day.
Hold the phone. That was sick. Yo!
Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. Oh. Good job on that last. Thank you. I felt like I was going so slow. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's break this down, because I want to know if we're going to see some free snowboarding in a tiebreaker round. Blake Paul's got a backflip nose grab, front side 360 grabbing melon. That sure was pretty. He caught some really nice snow on that landing too. And then here's the backside 7. He caught the knuckle just a little bit. He's going a little bit too slow. And then contrast it to Torgeir, backside 360. And then coming into Lando's hip with speed. Beautiful method, but he just lands in a little bit of chunder right there.
Yeah, look at the shadows on this landing. That's where it's going to be firmer.
Yeah, he just goes a little back seat there. But this right here, my opinion, trick of the day. Look at that poke right there. Cab 900, stomped.
Well, If this is your last run of natural selection and that's your last hit, that's the way to end it.
That's a good ender.
Yeah, take a bow. The key word there, if.
They say people remember most the last thing you did. That sure was Purdy.
So camouflaged down there. I can't really see you. Ah.
0.4 of a point.
Wow. The closest matchup we've seen so far.
Wow, Blake Paul eliminates Torgeir Bergrum by 0.4 of a point.
I'm not gonna lie, Chad Otterstrom and company. You pitched the wrong buttons. I wanted more snowboarding. No, I mean, so hard. As Gabe, Ferguson, and Sage about to do battle again. I love Gabe's kind of like, what's up? Yeah, I'm here. Let's go.
It's just it's a nonchalance. You know, he's such a chill cat, and it shows in his riding. He's smooth and stylish at all times.
Has the benefit of getting that brotherly love before entering. He showed us that he literally does not care. He is here for all of it in that first run. He's in the lead. You know he wants to lean on Sage a little further. Here we go.
And he's coming straight from interior British Columbia. He was on a sled mission riding a lot of powder, and he's looking very sure underfoot. Front side 540 to start things off, a little half cab, setting him back up to regular, and coming into that little pillow popper, little tail tap, back-to-back features, backside 360. Gabe Ferguson is letting everybody know exactly what he's all about.
Well, right here, it's interesting, too. Worst case scenario, he's got another run, but he's riding as if he wants to shut the door on Sage here.
Gabe coming into the Great Wall. Huge laid out backflip as you get to see that racing drone. Gabe goes down toward the bottom of the landing. Similar run to what he took in his first run.
Of course, he had a better landing on the backflip first run, so.
Holy shit. Can we talk about that monstrous backflip real quick, Gabe?
Yeah, that one didn't go as well. A little bumpy on the landing, but not fun. Good to air it out.
What's the #1 goal here for you? Is it just beat your older brother or what?
It's beat Sage Kotzenberg, then beat the older brother.
I like it. Well, best of luck to you, little Gabe, man. That was insane.
That energy. Right there.
Believe.
Well, before we head up to the top and let Gage go, of course, you know, one of our favorite features from backcountry is gear talk. What are they riding? What are they wearing? How does it work for them? Well, here is Sage Kotzenberg and his gear talk.
What's up, everyone? My name is Sage Kotzenberg, and I'm from Park City, Utah. For most of my career, I was a slopestyle big air snowboarder, and then transitioned into backcountry. I ride the K2 Antidote. It's a directional twin. It's got 3D technology right here. It's so light having that. It's kind of new for K2, and I think a lot of brands having the 3D. We basically designed this board looking at the Natural Selection Tour. You know, a board that could handle something like the Jackson Hole course, could go to Baldface or Alaska. These are the K2 formulas. Pretty basic binding, medium to strong stiffness. I switch my stance up quite a bit throughout the year. I like to play with it a lot. Right now I'm riding 15 degrees in the front and 0 in the back. A couple weeks ago I was doing 18 and -3. I'm always kind of tinkering with my stance and seeing what feels good that day. It's the jacket I'm in, 20K Gore, Oakley. It's got 2 guide pockets up here, room for a radio or anything you got stashed up here. It also comes in white, which is pretty cool. I have the pants on. I'm 5'10", I'm riding it in the large. Thing fits nice and keeps you dry, keeps you warm. I'll be shredding this stuff all winter, and thanks for tuning in.
That was awesome. The adjustable stance all season thing. Guess I'm going to have to try that. Everything that Sage is riding and talked about, you can find on backcountry.com. And of course, that fast checkout pass can help you do it easy, as here he is on course. Nothing to lose, but a little bit of room after that last run from Gabe.
Yeah, Gabe Ferguson trying to close the door on Sage Kotzenberg. Sage starting things off with a huge backflip.
Yeah, taking that Blake Paul line through the trees worked well for Blake, and it's working well for Sage.
That backside 360 going about Mach 8 as he exits that landing. Now kind of picking his way through this little rock garden here. Seems like the riders are choosing this line to help scrub a little bit of speed while still riding the course. Pretty strategic move. Now Sage coming in switch. And he's going cab 5 underflip and pinning it out of the landing. I kind of like that technique. Don't try to turn in the landing. Just pin it. Just get out of there.
Why you put the pressure on me like that? Dude, you're fucking... That was G. That was G. That was G. Why you put the pressure on me like that? Dude, you realize we might have to go with Benji. Oh, wow. Yeah, good ride. You're riding so good. Insane. It's so sick. Not so much of an eagle child.
All right, let's take a look at this recap here. This is Gabe Ferguson. Little tap, stomp, and then that second takeoff 360 from Gabe Ferguson. And this is making me think that we might see our first tiebreaker here in this second heat.
Oh, more snowboarding's coming.
Let's go.
I wouldn't be surprised either, except Gabe being able to thread that double line up top, where other riders like Arthur couldn't.
Yep.
And flowing it might make a difference.
More risk farther up the run. Now we're taking a look at Sage. Back flip. Gets a hold of that nose. Yeah, he had to try for it. Nothing comes easy. Backside 360 right there. And then this was a thing of beauty. Cab 5, dipping that left shoulder, going a little upside down, and just punching the gas, getting out of the danger zone.
And we know the judges love the switch tricks. Definitely a differentiator.
This is going to be a very interesting one to watch these scores come in. Currently Gabe in the lead. So if he scores higher than Sage, Sage Kotzenberg would be eliminated.
Long one, that one. Let's go! Yeah, fire! Let's go! Yo, K2 squad. K2 squad. Deuce it up. Deuce it up.
Teammates being like, one more time.
I like how Gabe at the bottom said, you realize we might have to go again now. He knew it.
Well, we're all here for more snowboarding. I'm excited. But Ben Ferguson, older brother now.
Yeah, can Ben shut the door on Austin Sweeten?
He knows that Austin, he saw what Austin was capable of. Just really missed putting together a full pull.
Oh, absolutely. With what Austin Sweeten is capable of on any given day, if I'm Ben Ferguson, my foot is on the gas and not coming up until I'm in the finish corral.
But I kind of think Ben's always got his foot on the gas, regardless of where he's sitting.
Yeah, you're right in that.
A lot of switch here.
Switch back 5. Ben Ferg came to play. That was unbelievable.
That was incredible.
Those trees up there are so tight, too. They are not spaced out very far.
Well, he just saw what happened to his brother with Sage, and he does not want to open the door to Austin.
And let's not lose sight of the flow that he's putting on somehow or another through this death snow, making it look like he's riding freshies.
If there's one thing these conditions are doing, it's showing how powerful this kid is on his snowboard. Backside 7, and he goes down. But that was an absolutely incredible run from Ben Ferguson.
How was it, Ben?
That was exciting.
That was a freaking rowdy run you just had there, buddy.
Leg burner, holding on for dear life the whole time. It's great.
Yeah, well, you killed it. That switchback 5 off the top was one of the most beautiful things that I've ever seen. Were you able to watch Little Bros run?
I was hyped. He was very close to nailing it down, but he left the door open a little bit.
He was just down here. He said he's got 2 goals. One, beat Sage, and then beat Big Bro. Yeah. What do you think of that?
I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
It's rad to have you both out here, the brothers, the Fergusons. Nice run. Best of luck.
That top section was nuts.
I think that switchback 5 is my favorite trick I've seen today, given all circumstances surrounding it.
Seemed to be a new lane as well.
Nothing to lose as Austin Sweeten is channeling all of the Zen gods at once. Beautiful shot there in the sunshine. He's about to let it fly.
Yeah, if you want to see what Austin Sweeten is all about, when this broadcast is over, keep your browser open and Google wind slab. Short film by Sweeten. He goes super far riders left to find that good snow on that front 3. And Sweeten is cooking down this course. Little tap on the pillow, another front 3. Catches the transition perfectly. Sweeten is on one right now. And look at how far he's going cross court, weaving back and forth across this course.
Well, he's definitely getting more hits than Ben did at this point, but here's the moment of truth. Is he going to lay down the front 7?
Front side 900 from Austin Sweeten, and that lower section of that landing is giving people problems.
That was insane.
We were 900 of them.
Dude. I wouldn't want to go against anyone else.
Let's check out this recap. That's just beautiful. Switchback 5, threading the needle, and then straight into takeoff number 2 up top there. And Ferg was putting such a good run together. And then on that backside 720, he just goes a little bit back seat. Very similar runs.
It really is interesting to see the riders really use their whole body to try and muscle out. Make sure we saw so many ragdolls early in the day, and we're seeing none of them in the afternoon here.
And it's just wild to see such big spins off of powder jumps, because this isn't a groomed park takeoff. You can't take an edge into that. There's 1 or 2 tracks. You got to stay flat base, and you got to unleash your energy into those big spins. That frontside 3 by Austin Sweeten was beautiful.
I love the way he committed to that heel edge and popped cross court to find that snow.
That's smart, strategic snowboarding.
He didn't even do any checks, anything, or line correction between the pillow and the next hit.
And this was unreal. I thought he was going frontside 720. He brings it to 9. He stomps, but he's just a little off balance, sitting back over his heels, and he goes down.
I'm calling more snowboarding.
You know what I like about this, the decision to go front 9, is he could have gone frontside 7, kept it a little bit safer, but knowing Sweeten, he's like, no, I'm trying to win this round against Ben Ferguson. I'm going 9.
Yeah, well, nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Oh! So close.
Dude, man.
Austin Sweeten walks out of here with his head held high.
100%. That was one heck of a show from Austin Sweeten.
And congratulations to Ben Ferguson. And if your brother Gabe and your goal is to face Big Brother, you got some inspiration now going into this last round.
Wow, free snowboarding. I'll take it all day.
I don't know what the takeaway is from that as far as the judging is concerned. You know, because Austin did go for the 9. He didn't quite land it, but then again, Ben had his challenges on his back 7. So not sure what the takeaways are there, because Ben had to switch back 5 up top, and then obviously Austin had the good double line with the pillow and the mushroom.
I honestly think it was the switchback 5 first hit. He rode into it switch. It was in a really tight lane of trees, and he took that thing super far rider's left, and he came out of it fully composed. I think that risk factor really put Ben over the edge, at least by that 4-point.
Yeah, and it was more than just a quick, 180 in the switch. He made about 4 or 5 switch turns into it and then sent.
It was reminiscent of Mikkel Bang's switchback 5 kind of redirect last year, and I remember that's kind of what gave Mikkel the edge over Pat Moore here in Jackson in that round.
So do you guys think that the judges are being more lenient on wheelie bars than anybody who actually has their backside touch the ground or whatnot?
I think so. I think that's an inconsequential part of their run, and if it doesn't affect the flow, I think it's docked, but not like it would be in a regular slope style contest.
Yeah, I think given conditions, they're giving a little bit more play than we might be used to. Either way, I wouldn't want to be in their position. One of the great things about Natural Selection Tour is this thing called Industry Alliance, in which it basically forms this union of the many different companies and brands that support the pro riders, which in turn keeps moving snowboarding forward. Industry Alliance, the lifeblood of snowboarding, and it's great to see these brands come together to move forward the whole.
The Natural Selection Industry Alliance is a collective of endemic brands within snowboarding who truly represent the lifeblood of the sport. Brands such as Vans, Volcom, Ride, Quicksilver, LibTech, Union Binding. These are all brands who already support the riders who are on Natural Selection Tour, and so we wanted to create this marketing platform to provide value to these brands and meaningfully engage them within our events.
It is imperative that we have and the athletes have the support of the industry. We really felt like the best way for us to do that was to create value, and it's part of our value system at Natural Selection to make sure that there is always a place for the industry and industry-based core brands to participate and hopefully benefit from what we're doing on a broader platform.
These are brands who have been around for a long time and have truly built the snowboarding industry. And it's critical for Natural Selection to stay true to appealing to our core audience. Because if we're not resonating with our core audience within snowboarding, then we're not doing our job.
Yeah, there are many different mainstream brands that have got excited about snowboarding at different points and been like, oh, let's throw some funds at what's going on in snowboarding, but it's usually for a finite period. And these snowboard companies, weathering the popularity and the up and down of snowboarding, without it, the industry doesn't exist.
Yeah, the core is the foundation, right, that the house is built upon.
Well, yeah, and it's brands where it's more about the line to the bottom than the bottom line.
Yeah. Well, we got more snowboarding. One tiebreaker, Gabe Ferguson, Sage Kossenberg, to see who is going to be moving forward into day 2 on this incredible display of snowboarding and adaptability of professionals at the highest level here in Jackson Hole. YETI Natural Selection. Stay with us. Definitely someone SFD, straight down is what you get from this guy.
And when I think of Austin Sweeten, and I believe we're going to see it here, the first word that comes to mind is speed. This kid rides so fast, and I really think that's going to play to his benefit as he makes his way down this course.
I mean, if you think about it, he grew up in some of the most, some of the most consequential mountains in North America. I mean, the slopes of Baker really curated his style and his style of snowboarding.
This run is getting ridiculous.
Wow.
Austin Sweeten is letting the world know exactly what he's about. Gigantic front three.
That was huge.
To the flats. That was ridiculous.
Straight to the valley floor on that one. That was enormous. Oh my God.
Hey, he made me look good with that speed reference, though. Sweeten sent it to the valley.
Hey, SFD. That's what we said straight from the top. I'm shaking.
Same. I think the cumulative energy just got unlocked.
That was my favorite part from him, the way he just tap danced through that section.
Oddly enough, ironically enough, or coincidentally, it reminded me of Geeky up at Baldface.
Right.
He attacked those gap out to butter pads.
We talked about that industry alliance and the importance of core brands in maintaining snowboarding being able to move forward. And you can't talk about these brands without talking about the one and only Jake Burton Carpenter and what he built out of Burton Snowboards. Of course, the documentary of his life, Dear Rider, on HBO Max, the way that has penetrated and gotten the world talking about snowboarding again and what Jake stood for. Obviously, this is an event, like Mark McMorris said, that Jake would have loved. What was it about Jake? You knew him so well. You spoke so well, Pat, in putting into context his story in that movie.
Well, I mean, growing up in Vermont, it was as if I was growing up in the shadow of Carl Yastrzemski, you know, for the Red Sox. He was like a deity in Vermont, you know. I mean, he was a messiah. He evangelized snowboarding, went around skier to skier. I mean, I got my first snowboard from the Londonderry factory for Christmas. So it's like, I didn't know him super well, but, you know, the bond you share as snowboarders was built from his DNA.
Yeah, and what shows in that film is kind of what I was going to say, is he technically is and was and still is the maestro to this grand symphony that we all love listening to and that we all love partaking in. This is an event that he would have loved, and I feel like when we come together as a community, as a whole, for the greater good for snowboarding, that is what Jake wanted, no matter what it was. He was always looking out for progressing and furthering our community and welcoming more people in to grow the sport.
Yeah, there'll be a screening of Dear Rider in town tomorrow night at the center. Everybody really excited about that. I believe we'll also have an interview with the director. But we'll send it up. Speaking of ultimate stoke, in that spirit of Jake, we'll check in with Stan as we get into this tiebreaker. Levier, the vibes.
Hello, gentlemen. What a day it's been. Got to give it up to Jake, of course, myself. I am reporting live from the Sen Castle, the Temple of Stoke, a place that had Jake been able to be here for this event, you know he would have been right in here cheering his riders on. And as we move into the final tiebreaker, anticipation is high. You know, it's a clash of the K2 boys. Who's going to take it? I got to say, Bend, Oregon kind of showing up so far, but we'll see what's going to go down in this last run. Super firm in there, but one last set of runs to kind of tie this thing off. Could be anyone's game.
Yeah, you just echoed Bridges there. Bridges, you said it last round. If there's a star today, it's Bend, Oregon.
Well, I think it's even becoming more so the case. This is like an inbounds POW day at Bachelor.
All right, Gabe Ferguson. This is a rubber match here.
I mean, and right now, if you're Gabe Ferguson, you try to put out of your mind the idea that you left the door open for Sage Kotzenberg to storm through, and you're trying to close it one more time. Front side 540, and then a little setup half cab. Little pillow tap from Gabe Ferguson, the rapid fire features backside 360. Whoa! That angle gave a really good perception of how fast these riders are coming out of those landings.
I got to say, that might be the cleanest line of the day in that zone.
Yeah, the flow is off the charts right now for Gabe Ferguson.
All the way through the craggy rock spine as well.
Big old backflip, and he puts it down. Gabe Ferguson. Wow. That was unbelievable. That was a really good run by Gabe, similar to his other 2 runs. But I think he just wanted to stay on his feet.
I think he did better in that top part, too.
Me too.
I just wanted to land.
Well, land he did.
Oh, boy. Wow, the power that he showed to maintain and just hold it together. Pressure is on the big dog, Sage Kotzenberg. Yes, teammates, but not right now.
I mean, this kid thrives in a pressure cooker environment. He's one of the most successful competitive snowboarders who's ever lived. He recently made the transition into the backcountry, and it really didn't take Sage that long to emerge at the top of that game, too. This dude knows what he's doing.
I also think what we just saw was a rider, new rider, first year in the Natural Selection Tour. That was his 3rd run. From run to run to run, getting more comfortable, more confident with his line.
Absolutely.
Great point. Well, we know Sage is capable of winning at the highest level with all the pressure. Let's not forget gold medalist at Sochi, the X Games medals, etc. May not be competing as much now, but you do not forget how to step up under pressure if that's in your bones.
And last year he was knocked out in Jackson by Ben Ferguson.
Right.
He's trying to break the Ferg curse, as you might say. Sage Kotzenberg on course. Dipping into those tight trees right there. We're going to see a backflip nose grab right here. So Sage holding on, heading into his 2nd feature. Backside 360, pinning it toward that 3rd feature. A little setup straight air.
See just how much work it was to get back across to that feature.
And you can listen to the sound of that snow. You can hear the conditions changing seemingly by the minute. It's gonna come down to this. Cat 9 from Sage Kotzenberg. You gotta be kidding me. Wow.
Bro, that was ball. What are you doing? Oh, good fucking job. Oh, you pushed me to the edge. No! Why? I opened up on that cabin, Izzy. Thank you, guys.
I think there was a certain point in that run, coming down toward that bottom feature, where Sage was like, all right, I'm gonna have to dig back about 6-7 years, and I'm slope style Sage now. I have to channel all of that energy into this last trick. As we're taking a look at Gabe Ferguson right here, little pillow tap into the backside 360, keeping that rider's right in the landing to kind of direct him away from that band of trees. And there is that signature Eagle baby backflip. He turns it a little sideways, whereas I feel like Sage rode out a little bit cleaner. But that was a big boy right there. Fully laid out backflip. I mean, how else would you end day 1 of the natural selection? It is a nail biter.
Well, absolutely, and Sage definitely had his best of his 3 runs, no doubt about it.
I think this is going to be the difference maker right here.
100%. That's the type of move you see in the semifinals or the finals. You did not expect it in the qualifiers.
But I don't even think he puts a hand down.
No.
Stomped.
Yeah, the young Padawan pushed him, like you said, to dig all the way in.
And then precisely right here, right there, his body's like, get out of here. Go. Do not turn.
I would love to see the joy smile on Tim Swart, the marketing director at K2's face right now with these 2 runs.
Really airing it out.
Oh my God, you bastard. Good job. Oh. Good job.
Oh, yeah, boys.
Pulled out the big sword. Sage with the win, and he is with Big Jack.
Sage, honestly, congratulations. Both of you guys, congratulations on putting down the 2 best runs of the day. How much respect do you have for this guy? Let's start there.
Man, I got to say, I've been riding with Gabe since we were kids. Me and Ferg filmed the movie together. When Ferg went and filmed for Burton, Gabe got on the squad, and to see him progress, and like he's pushing me, I had to do the cab 9. So seeing him progress is just unreal.
How mad are you at your friend right now? Are you still friends?
Oh yeah, we're still friends. I'm not too bummed. I wanted to beat him. He's put me on his back for a couple of years, and it's good riding with him. So I wanted to ride with him, and yeah, wanted to beat his ass.
You guys killed him. I mean, what about at the top before you dropped in? What was it like watching him put down that run? That was just insane.
Well, that's the thing about dropping second. He put down a heater run, so I knew I just had to land and put everything on the line. So it's the beauty of going second. You get the last say, but him putting down a run put so much pressure on me, and I knew I had to get the cab 9 at the end or he was going to get it.
What a way to end it. Congratulations to you both. You guys are my heroes. Back to the boys.
Could not think of a better way to end the day. That was a show. Congratulations to Sage, dipping in, taking advantage, as he said, of being able to watch and know what he had to do and then access it, pulled out the big sword.
Yeah, I mean, it's good and bad, right? It's good to know what your competitor does, but it becomes bad once what your competitor does is incredible. That puts Sage in a lot of pressure.
Well, there you see our final moving forwards. Mickelbang, Blake Paul, Sage, and Ben Ferguson.
I mean, at what point? Right now, big exhale for Sage. But at what point does it occur to Sage that he's got to go against the guy who eliminated him last year?
Exactly.
Redemption party. We shall see. Congratulations to all of the riders. Knowing that the conditions were going to be challenging, this zone that we were in today, sitting in the sun, the degradation was gonna take place, but these riders stepped all the way up, gave us an incredible show. I just got a text from Travis Rice, and he said, the finals venue faces more north. Conditions are going to be much better. Today is the day we get through so we can get off the crust into some better conditions on finals day. Thanks for all of you for watching. Whew. We're going to take a breath and get ready for some natural reflection in our post show here from YETI Natural Selection Jackson Hole. Stay with us. We'll welcome in Mary Walsh and talk about all of it that went down today as we are in another season of making history and moving this beautiful sport of snowboarding forward into the future.
Here in Jackson, it is very progressive backcountry freestyle snowboarding.
This mountain is really special. We've got some unique features here.
There's big rocks and cliffs, big hits you can do that are just created by Mother Nature.
Building in this kind of terrain requires a whole different skill set. Randy and the park crew here are some of the hardest working park crew in the business.
We've been working nonstop for the last month and all summer.
Summer build, there's a lot of pry bars and rocks, using chainsaws to cut dead wood, building up landings, building up takeoffs.
We're taking wooden structures and placing them in the correct spots, enhancing the natural shapes in it to make it work for a contest like this.
Right now the venue's closed, and it has been closed for many days, so that this event really has a natural feel to it.
We've got a lot of new features that we've built on the course this year, filling out some of the empty spots. So everything here at Jackson is going to be super dialed. There's a really cool new feature called the booster shot.
The booster shot feature is a gigantic kicker on the north side of the course. Standing up on that jump the other day with Travis, when he threw a snowball, gave me chills. It's that kind of jump.
Best part about this venue is how many options there are. Seeing how people creatively interpret what's been given to them and drawing their own lines, kind of like artwork and science mixed together.
Welcome back, my friends. We are heading into our Natural Reflection post-show, brought to you by the fine folks at Thule. You know the racks. Salama Masakello here with T-Bird, Mary Walsh, editor-in-chief of Snowboard Magazine. Thank you to Pat Bridges for his astute encyclopedic knowledge in this last round. Mary, welcoming you back. Whew. What do you got to say, sis?
I am with you. I'm kind of catching my breath from those last couple goes. It was awesome listening to you guys. We're just next door in the green room, and we're freaking out over there with what the guys were putting down in this final run, our final round.
It got really heavy really quick. Yeah. And we can say the same for yourself and for Matt Barr and Jeff Moran. You absolutely crushed it in the women's heat. All in all, this exceeded any expectation I could have had coming into day one. That was the heaviest day one of any event that I think I've ever called. Yeah.
Yeah, and especially given the conditions and the fact that like it wasn't going to be a dreamsicle pow party. This just shows what the next level looks like. And remember, we are on naturally enhanced terrain. You know, Travis and crew all summer spending the time to see, okay, what can we add to this in the summer when there's no snow here, so when the snow falls, this thing continues to evolve. So we're going to take a look now at that summer build brought to you by our friends at Pacifico.
The independent spirit is rooted in snowboarding. We spend our summers preparing for winter. Our work is our play, because it's also our passion, and we will chase it to the ends of the earth. The mountain is our playground, and when given a blank canvas, it's up to us to find our own journey, to carve our own path, to express who we are. It's a place where Mother Nature sets the ground rules, and we try our best to abide by them. That's the spirit of the Natural Selection Tour. What once started as a grand vision comes to reality. The pinnacle of freestyle snowboarding. Thousands of hours have been put into this, and only the best of the best have been invited to prove what all that hard work equates to. Where all those hours turn into glory, where all that passion pays off. And at the end of the day, it's where a bunch of like-minded individuals gather to look back on what they've accomplished, win or lose, good or bad. To kick back and realize that all that work, all that play, it was all worth it. Find your line. Live life anchors up.
Incredible the work that goes into making this thing. As we look forward to the end of the event, you know, we got lots of awards that we hand out. One of them being the best slash. Now, it's not just the best turn done by a man or woman in the course of this event, but the person who really embodies that flow of, yes, in the midst of throwing all of the best tricks in, is
I think I probably saw about 8 of those today.
Yeah.
But I just want to throw those into the hat to whoever's judging that.
Totally. I mean, that's our favorite part, kind of. I mean, all the big hammers, but it's the creativity that comes through when the riders are able to find those lines and really, you know, just show the stuff that is fun for them to us.
Well, in a normal, slope style event, it's rail, 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 jump, 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 straight in between.
Yeah.
Here, you have all that terrain to play with, and that can help dictate exactly what your line is to the finished crowd.
It shows knowledge of how to dance with the fall line to get to do the damn thing. That is the big part of this type of snowboarding. So it's this Quicksilver Surf the Mountain Award, and the winner is going to get a Mark Richards replica twin. If you have one of these that you own, you can easily just put it on your wall and never ride it, and people come to your home and be like, "Oh, can I do an act of worship?" The MR twin, I have one at home. It's one of the best things ever. So fingers crossed for whoever is going to win that. Of course, it's not just about the riders winning things. It's about you at home. We've been giving away great raffle prizes all day. One of them is one of these signed posters, like the one over my shoulder, commemorating this event, signed in gold by all of the riders. That is going to one of you folks that are watching at home.
That thing is absolutely beautiful.
I don't have one.
I don't have one of those
Either.
And that one should definitely go on your wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to ride the poster. You want to hang that on the wall. Surfboard, you want to take into the
I
ocean.
mean, if you waxed it, I
Yeah,
mean,
maybe.
something.
Amazing. So much to reflect on from the day, but right now we're going to take you to the Jackson Hole run of the day, when it was on the line, when the young rattlesnake Gabe Ferguson had pushed him to the edge. Sage said, "I'm Sage Kotzenberg.
I mean,
I've won Olympic gold medals."
This right here, it was the ender. I mean, it was land it or go home. And Sage Kotzenberg showed exactly why he is Sage Kotzenberg.
It was
What's it called?
A movie ending to the day. I mean, this was bananas.
And I feel like everything that Sage was doing, and he said it in his interview with Jack, everything he did was leading up to this Cab 9. You know, he said, I knew what Gabe did, I watched it, and I knew I had to land this trick.
I think the lesson that we all learned from this is you never want to go directly before Sage Kotzenberg. You never want him behind you.
Well, and very similar to what we saw in the round with Kevin Backstrom and Travis Rice this morning, Sage and Travis were put in the same position. They were behind early, and they had to land 2 runs in a row, and that's what makes them Sage Kotzenberg and Travis Rice, you know?
Completely. I think it goes back to that mental headspace and that focus and really being able to compartmentalize what you want to do and how you need to do it to get to the bottom.
It's the mindset of the Tom Brady's, the Tiger Woodses, the Michael Jordans. I mean, these guys and gals out here do possess that to a certain degree.
Yeah, you don't become a global superstar, an icon of the sport, without having that ability. And the way he reminded us in fine form like that, incredible. That Jackson Hole run of the day presented by visitjacksonhole.com. If you want to come here and bathe in the glory of the mighty Jackson Hole, visit jacksonhole.com.
I mean, we got a crazy week ahead of us. Even off the hill, we got the festival downtown.
Yeah,
we got all the activities up here. I mean, we have 24 of the greatest snowboarders on planet Earth. Jackson Hole right now is the epicenter of snowboarding.
Yeah.
It's such a nice compliment to what's going on hill right now and really celebrating all the things we love about snowboarding and being out in the mountains. I mean, the YETI Film Festival that's going to happen is going to be really exciting, as well as Dear Rider. If anyone hasn't seen that film is incredible. So many cool things going on, and you can find them all, of course, on the Natural Selection website.
Yeah, the Natural Selection Stay Wild Festival running from the 23rd through the 30th. Again, go to naturalselection.com, and you can see what it is. If you're out here, come and interact. Incredible talks that have been put together to have some larger conversations about the things that affect snowboarding and that snowboarding can also affect. How about we take a look at tomorrow? Get a little glimpse at day 2. We'll start with the women's bracket.
We got Elena Height and Hannah Beeman, and then Robin Van Gyn and Marion Herty. So all 4 of those gals competed in Jackson last year. They will be dropping in head-to-head on finals day.
These are 2 incredible matchups. Obviously, it was a challenging day out there in the conditions, and these women rose to the occasion, made their way down, and advanced into the next round. I'm particularly excited, to watch again. Marion was sending it in the course, what Hannah was doing, Robin, the returning champ, and of course, Elena, always so excited to watch her ride. But it's going to be a great day.
Incredible showing.
And I'm excited for the redemption of those women being able to make it through what they did on a dilapidated course and getting a better chance in better conditions tomorrow. Thanks to our friends as we look into the men's bracket at Fuel Off-Road Tires. All of the riders here that have trucks, many of them carting sleds around the country to do what they do, all have Fuel Off-Road Tires on their trucks, as well as Ken Block with his signature tires. As we look at the party for tomorrow, Dustin Craven and Jared Elston.
Heavy. Travis Rice, Torstein Horgmo, head to head.
Wow.
Nickel Bang is going to be facing off against Blake Paul And from what I saw today from both of them, I can't call that one. They're both riding incredible. And then a rematch from last year, Sage.
Yeah, I think that one has
Ben
the most heat underneath it is Sage and Ben Ferguson.
I mean, and there's more to it, too. They were backcountry partners for years. They filmed Joy together. I mean, they're really good friends, but you know they're thinking about it right now.
They're both very, like, alpha individuals, competitive. I mean, honestly, looking at that match, my head just kind of exploded. I mean, it's really wild. There's a lot of matchups, I think, we say all the time, but that you never would have imagined these riders being in this situation together. And it's like, honestly, you're just like, oh my God, half of you guys are going to get eliminated. It's already so exciting, but already also, I'm like, no, we just want to watch everyone ride more.
Yeah, there's already sadness in the air.
Yeah.
I know.
It's like the Hunger Games. Congratulations to Kevin Blake. Who you won the signed poster, my friend. Kevin Blake, congratulations to you, sir. And with that, as we look forward to tomorrow, can I make you an offering, friends?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I'm going to pass this down the line.
I think that the Pacificos
Thank you so much.
have been earned.
Yes,
They've been sitting in this incredible silver Yeti cooler of joy all day, and they're still cold.
They are ice.
You know why?
Cold.
Because Yetis rule. Here are your highlights from day one. Friends, thank you for hanging out with us as we move snowboarding forward in the only competition like it in the world, YETI Natural Selection. Now, look, we're saying tomorrow, but make sure you go to naturalselectiontour.com to make sure that we are running tomorrow. For Mary Walsh, T-Bird, Matt, who am I forgetting?
Jeff Moran.
Jeff Moran.
Pat Bridges.
Stan.
Jack.
Jack making it in last minute. And our entire crew from Uncle Toad's. We'll see y'all on day 2. Thanks for hanging with us.